Again, we must sincerely appreciate everyone for coming. This event is sponsored by the Leadership Hub, Justice and Economic Advancement. When I say LJE, you say we must end insecurity now. Can we do that together? LJE.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for yourselves.
I did not feel that energy in that voice. When I say LJE, you say we must end insecurity now. Can we stress the now? LJE. LJE. Yes, indeed. It was a former First Lady of this country that did say that the blood we are sharing will be on our head for a long time. When she made that remark, a lot of us laughed, a lot of us felt it was just mere comedy. But many years have passed, and yet insecurity, farmers herders clash continues to thrive, all because we did not hearken to one statement she made. She made a statement in her own words. She said, "We will keep quiet. We will keep quiet, people." You're not answering me. We did not answer her by that time. And even up until now, we are not answering her. And that is why it is very important that we have a meeting like this. In no distant time, in just about a few hours, Nigeria will be 65. Are we going to become 65 with the blood of the innocents? I mean, shed in Benue, shed in Plateau, and just everywhere in the country. And this is why this meeting is pretty important. Let's not forget that the theme of this great event is securing Nigeria's future, addressing the root cause of herdsmen-farmer conflict through justice and inclusive dialogue. I want to assure you that it's going to be a remarkable event. But just before we go any further, please allow us to welcome a man of great reputation. My first meeting with him, I just knew that he was a progressive thinker. I'm talking about one man who, among men, stands tall. The president of Barrister Samuel Meme for his welcome address. Please, a round of applause for him. Is that how we clap for our president? The president of Leadership Hub, Justice and Economic Advancement. Thank you so much.
The chairperson of this occasion, Professor Chris Mustafa Nwakobia, distinguished guests of honor, representatives of government and security agencies, traditional rulers and community leaders, members of the civil society, academia and media, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great honor and privilege on behalf of the Leadership Hub, Justice and Economic Advancement, LJE Nigeria, to warmly welcome you all to this historic national conference. Today we gather not just as Nigerians divided in challenges, but as stakeholders united by a common destiny and a shared commitment to peace, justice, and progress. The theme of this conference, Securing Nigeria's Future, addressing the root causes of herdsmen-farmer conflict through justice and inclusive dialogue, speaks directly to one of the most urgent issues confronting our nation. The herdsmen-farmer conflict has, for so long, claimed lives, destroyed livelihoods, and strained the very fabric of our coexistence. We cannot afford to treat it as ransom. We must confront it with courage, honesty, and innovation. Why we are here? This dialogue is not merely another academic exercise or a political gathering. It is a national call to action, a forum to interrogate the historical environmental, legal, economic, and governance dimensions of the conflicts, and to forge solutions rooted in justice and fairness. We believe that if we are to secure Nigeria's future, we must first secure the dignity of our people, both farmers and herders, by addressing the root causes of their struggles. Justice and inclusive dialogue remain our stronger tools in these pursuits. Our vision and responsibility at LJA Nigeria, we see this conference as part of a larger national mission to build a system where laws are respected and enforced fairly, to foster security arrangements that protect communities without bias, to encourage sustainable economic models that preserve both agriculture and pastoralism, and to rekindle trust between states, the people, and the security institutions mandated to protect them. Our expectations: over the next 2 days, we shall engage experts, policy makers, security agencies, traditional institutions, and directly affected communities. We expect robust dialogue, but more importantly, we expect actionable recommendations that will inform policy reform, strengthen legal frameworks, and promote reconciliation. This conference must leave us with more than words. It must leave us with a renewed commitment to justice, peace building, and inclusive governance. Let me conclude by thanking all distinguished participants, partners, and stakeholders who made this gathering possible. Your presence is a testament to your dedication to building a Nigeria where community lives in fear. No farmer loses his harvest unjustly, and no herder is denied his dignity. Together, let us chart a path toward a peaceful, just, and prosperous Nigeria. I hereby declare this conference open. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
His Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that is a good place to clap. Is that all you do for our dear President, LJE? Please, a beautiful round of applause for him again. A round of applause for our dear President. And just to let you know that he's also a lover of cars, I'm thinking that in the next Fast and Furious, maybe you just see his picture over there. Please, a round of applause for him again. Thank you.
Today we gather here not just to sit down and ponder on speech. It's a clarion call for all Nigerians and a call to action. Now I'll break it down. Over the past 5 years, nearly 2,800 lives have been killed, and more than 2.2 million Nigerians have been displaced from their homes by herder-farmers conflicts. Beyond the human devastation, our economy alone bleeds no less than $13.7 billion every year in these wars. As an African proverb says, and which is a wisdom I love to ponder on, it teaches us that when two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers it. Indeed, war is the grass. And also the grass is our people, our communities, and our future. That is why we all have come here today, not simply to lament on this, not simply to lament on the damages that it has been caused, but to seek enduring solutions through justice, fairness, and dialogue. Thank you so much. And my name is Gloria Tor. I am your co-host for today's event. Thank you. With me, I have...
My name is Oche Otene, and together we will ensure that you have a remarkable... Come on, this audience is not selfish. Please, a round of applause for your host. Thank you indeed. The report has it that since the year 2001, over 30,000 people have died as a result of farmers-herders clash, and over 300,000 people have been displaced. I mean, this is an urgent call, and that is why we're having a conversation as this. Lovers of Nigeria, thank you again for coming. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. Presence of Associate Professor Desmond Okocha, Dean, Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, all the way from Bingham University, Nasarawa State. He's going to be a keynote speaker as well. Please.
A round of applause for him.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Coming up next in just a jiffy is a keynote address, and this time the topic of the conversation is securing Nigeria's future, addressing the root causes and pathways to sustainable peace. But just before we have that, there's another name here that we must specially recognize, and I'm talking about Comrade Lawrence Ikehi. Comrade Lawrence Ikehi, are you here?
I also have Professor Josephine Adbenike. She's a son and she's also a keynote speaker. Please, a round of applause for her. Are we tired of clapping? Please, a round of applause.
Our first keynote address. And the topic again, like I said, is securing Nigeria's future, addressing the root causes and pathways to sustainable peace. And this time we'll welcome ACP Umar Yakubu, the representative of the Commissioner of Police for us here in the nation's capital. CP Ajao, please welcome. Is that all you do for the police, who are our friends in the house? Thank you.
The chairman of the occasion, my name is ACP Umar Yakubu, in charge of community policing FCT Abuja Command. I'm here to present my boss, the Commissioner of Police FCT Abuja Command, CP Ajawu Saka Adeoli. Mr. Chairman, permit me to follow the already existing protocol. On behalf of the Commissioner of Police FCT Command, I'm honored to be here today to participate in this crucial dialogue on a matter that touches the very soul of our national cohesion, peace, and development, the recurring conflict between herders and farmers across Nigeria. Let me begin by commending LJE, the team securing Nigeria's future, addressing root causes and pathways to sustainable peace. It's both apt and urgent. The hardest farmers' conflict is one of the most enduring and complex security and socio-economic challenges confronting Nigeria today. What initially began as localized dispute over grazing parks and farmland has evolved into multifaceted crisis with deep-rooted causes, which include, number one, climate change. Northern Nigeria, especially the Sahel and semi-arid zones, has experiencing rapid desert encroachment. Climate change, through increasing temperatures and decreasing rainfall, reduces vegetation cover, leading to the loss of grazing land. This forces nomadic herders, particularly the Fulani, to migrate southward in search of greener pasture. The shrinking of water bodies like Lake Chad has deprived both farmers and herders of reliable water sources. As rainfall becomes more erratic, the traditional water point dry up, creating hotspots for competition between communities. Longer dry season and shorter rainfall periods The shift disrupts traditional patterns of transhumance, seasonal livestock movement. Herders are arriving in farming area earlier than usual, often before the crops are harvested, leading to crops destruction. Historically, herders had well-established migratory routes. As climate, in fact, wasn't in the north, herders are pushed into more densely populated and agriculturally active central and southern regions, such as the Middle Belt. This movement is not matched with institutional support for conflict management, land use regulation, or alternative livelihoods, causing tension to escalate. With governance and policy gaps, Nigeria lacks effective grazing reserve policies and functional land use plans. The collapse of traditional conflict resolution system and the absence of the state-regulated grazing routes intensify disputes. Insecurity and proliferation of arms. Many herders and farmers are armed, either for self-defense or due to influence of criminal and insurgent groups. Banditry, cattle rustling, and revenge killing have militarized the conflict, making it deadlier than simple dispute over land. Ethnic and religious dimension. Farmers-herders conflict often occur along ethnic and religious lines, with many farmers being Christian and from certain ethnic groups, and herders being Muslim and nomadic. Population growth and land pressure. Nigeria's rapid growing population places increased pressures on available land. Farmers expand into marginal lands or traditional grazing areas, increasing the likelihood of confrontation. Youth unemployment and radicalization. Idle youth in both communities are mobilized to escalate violence. Now, the consequences of the conflicts. The consequences of conflict include loss of lives and properties. The conflict has resulted in significant loss of lives, displacement of people, and destruction of properties. Food insecurity. The conflict has impacted agricultural production, leading to food insecurity and economic instability. Social cohesion. The conflict has strained social relationships between communities, eroding trust and cooperation. The Federal Capital Territory, though relatively more stable, is not insulated from these dynamics. We have recorded sporadic incidences involving farmers-herders dispute, particularly in border community of the FCT. The police and other security agencies have often had to intervene swiftly to prevent escalation. Now, the pathways to sustainable peace. The police alone cannot resolve the herders-farmers conflict. Sustainable peace requires a multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral approach. Below are some pathways that we believe are crucial. Strengthening community policing. We must continue to deepen the community policing framework where local stakeholders, including traditional rulers, farmers associations, and herders leaders, work collaboratively with the police to resolve conflict before they escalate. Institutionalizing early warning and response mechanism. The establishment of conflict monitoring units in high-risk areas can help detect early signs of tension. Police division must work closely with vigilante groups, civil society, and the media to identify and address early threats. Demarcation and enforcement of grazing and farming zones. We support efforts by relevant agencies to provide clear, legally backed demarcation of farming and grazing areas, where possible the development of modern ranching system and agro-pastoral settlement should be encouraged. Youth engagement and livelihood support. Government and non-governmental organizations must invest in livelihood support schemes that reduce the economic pressure driving conflict. Skill acquisition, education, and reorientation for youth in both communities is vital. Prosecution of offenders. There must be a zero-tolerance approach to violence. We are committed to ensuring that perpetrators of attack, whether farmers or herders, are identified, arrested, and prosecuted in accordance with the law. Justice must not only be done, but seen to be done. Strategic partnership. The police cannot do it alone. We welcome and seek stronger partnership with non-governmental organizations, religious institutions, international development partners, traditional council, and the private sector in developing sustainable intervention. The Nigerian Police Force remain committed to ensuring the safety of all Nigerians, regardless of ethnic, occupational, or religious background. Let me conclude by affirming the readiness of the FCT Police Command to continue supporting all peace-building efforts. We believe that through dialogue, empathy, equitable policies, and community engagement, Nigeria can overcome this challenge. Let this conference be a turning point, not just for analysis, but for concrete action. Once again, I thank Leadership for Justice and Economic Advancement for this initiative and urge all participants to commit to peace, understanding, and the collective good of our great country. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
CP Umar Yakubu, he is indeed the representative of the CP of FCT. CP Ajao, please, another round of applause for him. Thank you. And while he had spoke, we also witnessed two great dignitaries joining us this lovely morning. And I'm talking about Alhaji Baba Uthman Ngizama. He is the national president, Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, Magban. Please, a warm welcome to him. He is also in the company of Honorable Yahya Isa, Assistant National Secretary, Magban. Please, a round of applause for him. One thing we must assure you all this lovely, lovely morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is that you are in for a great conversation. You are in for a swell time. Coming up next is another keynote address, and this time the topic is on addressing the root causes of farmer-herder conflict. And the man who will be giving us, I beg your pardon. All right. I've just been rightly informed that another special guest is also with us here, and it's the person of Comrade Ahmed Mohamed Lamido, National President, JAMB, Fulbed Development Association of Nigeria. That's JAFDAM, and he's right here. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you, and thank you indeed. All right, the next keynote address is centered on justice as a pathway to lasting peace in the Herdsmen-Farmer conflict. And our speaker this lovely morning is one man we do not take for granted. I speak of Mr. Henry Shield. He's a public interest lawyer, governance analyst, and a commentator. Please, a round of applause as we make welcome Mr. Henry Shield. Is that all you do for Mr. Shield himself? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. I would first observe the protocols by recognizing the president of the organizers of the event, the Leadership of Justice and Economic Advancement, Barrister Meme Samuel, the CPFCT, CP Ajao Saka Adewale, duly represented, Comrade Rugby, Anselim, and others that are here. I recognize your presence. I don't know the reason why I was chosen as a keynote address speaker. Is it because I would say the truth no matter who is offended? I say my mind? Or is it because I was former security advisor to the FCT minister? But whatever reason it is, I thank you for having me here this morning. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the honor of addressing this gathering of leaders, activists, justice actors, and economic innovators. We meet at a dangerous crossroads. The recurring clashes between pastoralist herders and sedentary farmers, they are no longer a localized seasonal problem. They are a national crisis. And they threaten our lives, agriculture, food security, cohesion, and shared future. This crisis demands that we confront uncomfortable facts, anchor our responses on justice, and build inclusive institutions that deliver durable peace. A truth that we must accept is an uncomfortable clarity. The herder-farmer violence in Nigeria has cost lives measured in the thousands, livelihoods in the millions, and economic value in the billions. Independent analysts and human rights organizations have documented recurring spikes of mass killings and displacement across the country over the last decades. Studies place cumulative casualties in their thousands and estimate annual economic losses in billions of dollars. These are not abstract numbers. They are fathers, mothers, children, cattle, farms burned, markets emptied, and villages deserted. When we speak about security, we must include food security. Farmers driven off their lands, supply chains disrupted by fear, and cattle destroyed or stolen push food prices up and push vulnerable Nigerians, you and I, into hunger. A threat that compounds with climate stress and inflation. Recent major attacks, for example, in Plateau and Benue states, underscore how lethal and destabilizing this crisis remain. What are the root causes? We should stop treating symptoms as causes. To craft solutions that endure, we must move beyond convenient narratives and examine root drivers. Resource scarcity, as the representative of the CP said, driven by climate change and land pressure. Yes, we have desertification in the north, reduced pasture availability have pushed many pastoralists southwards. Yes, they are moving from the north southwards. This movement collides with farmland that is increasingly becoming scarce due to population growth and unsustainable land use acts. The result is everyday competition for water, grazing, and croplands. A competition that turns violent when channels for negotiations are weak or totally absent. That is the first root cause. The movement towards the new areas, and then having to share these limited lands with the owners. Number two, and in support of what the police said, is the weak governance, slow justice, and impunity. Where the state is absent or perceived to be partial, communities will resort to self-help and revenge. Investigations stall, prosecutions are rare, and victims receive little or no redress. This reinforces cycles of retributions and ethnicizing of conflict. Amnesty reports and field research repeatedly link conflict escalation to governance gap. When there is no presence of government, and when I mean government, I don't mean politicians blowing sirens. I mean government in the real sense of governance. If a criminal knows that government is present, the criminal will have a rethink before engaging in criminality. Economic marginalization, that's the third root cause, and the absence of modern livestock systems. Many pastoralists operate with century-old mobility practices, but almost no access to formal markets, veterinary services, insurance, or investment in ranches. We still move our cattle, our animals, the century-old way. Poverty. Likewise, smallholder farmers often lack inputs, storage, and market access. Poverty and lack of modernization make violent confrontation more likely and more costly. Number 4, criminal exploitation and the blurring of motives. In many places, criminal gangs exploit weak institutions, disguising banditry, kidnappings, and armed robbery as other farmer grievances. This criminal overlay complicates negotiation because who wants to negotiate with criminals? And law enforcement responses. And this requires targeted criminal justice responses. Number 5, political manipulation and identity politics. When leaders instrumentalize the conflict for electoral or local power gains, this is where politicians use us, both as victims and perpetrators of this conflict. The moment politics is removed, solution will not be far-fetched. No one who has blood in their system should be using farmer elders crisis for campaign or for politics. But Nigeria is Nigeria, so if we're going to get to the root cause, we need to call out politicians who are taking advantage of this conflict for their own political gains. Politicization adds ethno-religious boundaries and undermines local mediation efforts. So, how do we proceed? The justice imperative. Fairness first. Justice is not merely moral, it is strategic. If victims on either side do not see impartial investigations, prosecutions, and reparations, then peace accords will be fragile. Let me repeat this again. If victims of farmer-elder conflict on both sides do not see impartial investigations, prosecutions, and reparations, any attempt at peace will be futile. So on the part of government and the security agencies, honesty. Honesty. Be fair to all, be impartial. What are the actions required now? we need a swift, impartial investigation. What are the actions required for peace building? Swift, impartial investigations into all mass casualty incidents, all, with transparent public reporting of findings. And this is where the media also comes in. So it needs to be a collaboration between security agencies, the civil society, the Nigerian public, and the media. Nobody and no crime should be hidden. Specialized prosecution unit for rural mass violence that can operate with victim protection and community liaison. Compensation and rehabilitation schemes for victims and communities funded by federal, state, and international partners, not as charity, but as a restorative justice and deterrence. Community reparative councils that include women, youth, traditional rulers, civil society, and representatives of pastoralist associations to oversee reparations and reconciliation programs. Without these measures, promises of dialogue will ring hollow and feed the circle of grievances. Practical and politically realistic pathway to peace. Legal reform and enforcement. Clear rules and the local buy-in. We need to harmonize our land use laws to clarify ownership, grazing corridors, and rights. Legislate with participation from affected communities. We don't sit in Abuja and legislate for people in Berom or whichever village is affected without their buy-in, without their partnership. Scale anti-open grazing laws where communities demand them, while simultaneously offering alternatives, ranching, grazing reserves, so that the policy is not merely prohibitive, but transformative. Many states have adopted open grazing prohibitions. These laws must be implemented alongside support programs for the pastoralists. Number 2, rapid modernization of livestock management. Ranching, not displacement. Ranching, not to displace the herders. Accelerate establishment and upgrade of grazing reserves into economically viable livestock villages with water, veterinary services, feed production, market access, and security. The federal government's recent program to modernize grazing reserve into functional livestock hubs is a positive policy. Signal we should scale and monitor closely. Public-private partnerships to finance commercial ranches, abattoirs, cold chains, and insurance of pastoralists. This turns livestock into a formalizable asset and it creates job. Local resource sharing pacts and enforceable grazing agreements. Mediated agreements at the ward and local government level to define seasonal routes, watering points, and compensation for crop damage, supervised by local peace committees with legal backing. Use community maps to make grazing routes, boundaries, and protected farmlands transparent and dispute resolvable. Number 4, targeted investment in rural resilience and climate adaptation. Irrigation, soil restoration, and agroforestry programs to reduce dependence on natural rainfalls and relieve land pressure. Alternative livelihoods for youth in pastoralist and farming communities, training in feed production, leather processing, agro-processing, and value chain services. Number 5, de-ethnicizing public narratives and national civic education. Launch a national campaign that frames the conflict as a governance and resource problem, not an immutable ethnic war. Youth respected traditional rulers, faith leaders, and civil society to lead local dialogues and counter polarizing rhetoric. Include reconciliation curricula and joint farmer elder vocational exchanges to rebuild trust. Security measures that protect, not punish. Security responses must be precise, accountable, and rights respecting. No one should be treated below the law, and no one should be treated above the law in resolving this farmer elder crisis. Community policing, backed by rapid reaction units trained in protection of civilians and in cooperation with local communities, vigilantes, not heavy-handed militarization that causes more harm. Disarmament of criminal bands with intelligence-led operations and judicial follow-through. Victim protection programs for witnesses and communities at risk. Financing the transition. Who pays and why it's an investment, not a cost. Converting reserves to livestock hubs. Building irrigation, funding justice mechanisms, and supporting victims required sustainable financing. Financing sources include reprioritization of federal and state budget. The budget needs to include these key security concerns towards rural infrastructure and justice, public-private partnerships, and impact investment into ranches and agri-value chains. Multilateral and donor financing targeted at climate adaptation and peace building. The return on investment is enormous. Preventing repeated cycles of violence protects agriculture, the backbone of many state economies. Prevents displacement and reduces fiscal burden of crisis responses. Independent estimates place the annual economic loss from this conflict in the billions of dollars, money that, if redirected, could fund modernization of livestock systems, large-scale irrigation, community justice projects. The choice is clear. Invest in peace now or pay far more later. Then leadership and accountability, the non-negotiable final ingredient. All the policies and programs above will fail if leaders politicize responses, ignore evidence, or appear partial. Leadership in this crisis management, conflict management is everything. Let me take that again. Every paper delivered here today, every point made, every policy and programs will fail if we politicize our responses to this crisis. If there is a security breach anywhere, whoever the victim is, the elders, the farmers, the villagers, let us follow through justiciably without asking, oh, which tribe is attacking which tribe? Oh, maybe it's my tribe that is the victim. So maybe it's my tribe that is attacking. So we will withdraw our men, we will not make them know. We must refuse to politicize our responses to these security challenges. We need the courage to act impartially, no matter our relationships with the victims or the perpetrator. To hold perpetrators accountable even when politically inconvenient. They will not vote for me if I arrest them or if I prosecute them. No. This is part of the reasons and the places where we fail. Number 2, willingness to pilot and scale solutions. Transform pilot ranches into regional hubs. Test local mediation models and expand what works. Transparent reporting, and then this is where the citizens come in, and especially the media. Publish progress on prosecutions, compensation, and reserve development so that citizens can hold office holders to account. As Nelson Mandela reminded us, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. Let us register that the way we treat the most vulnerable among farmers and pastoralists, our children and families in rural areas, reveals our national soul. Chino Achebe taught us how stories shape destiny. The world is like a mask dancing. If you want to see it well, you do not stand in one place. We must move, listen, and view this problem from many vantage points. Farmers, elders, women, youth, victims, before we fashion durable solutions. So, the concrete actions that I recommend to our policymakers. Please, I will submit this to the conveners. 1, convene a 60-day national multi-stakeholder, federal, state, pastoralist associations, farmer union, security, donors, civil society, to agree on a 3-year implementation plan. No hurry. A 3-year implementation plan. And we'll be ready to contribute to this too. Establish fast-track investigative teams for the past 36 months mass killing incidents with public timelines for arrests and prosecutions. Pilot 3 modern livestock hubs, 1 each in the north, in the middle belt, and in the south, using PPP financing arrangement within 12 months, and measure the impact on mobility and conflict. Fund local mediation and compensation trust in high conflict local government areas to manage payments, monitor compliances, and run reconciliatory programs. Finally, launch joint farmer elder livelihood programs for the youth. Skills and startups, give them grants in hotspot communities to reduce incentives for violence. In closing, allow me to appeal to courage and common sense. This challenge, like every great national test, asks more than policy, more than conferences, more than seminars, and more than our talks. It asks for moral clarity and collective courage. We must refuse the first choice between protecting livelihoods and protecting lives. We can do both, but only if we act transparently, justly, and inclusively. Let us remember, peace without justice is fragile. Development without security is hollow. If we combine impartial justice, inclusive dialogue, and sensible investment in livestock modernization and climate resilience with local empowerment and political accountability. We will not only resolve this conflict, we will secure Nigeria's future. Thank you and God bless.
What a way to leave it there. A round of applause for him. You know, when he was speaking, I picked few things. He made mention of peace without justice is fragile. No one should be treated below the law or above the law. When this is done, we would see that this crisis would reduce. A round of applause for him. I feel so elated to be here because this is actually tackling one of the major problems we have in Nigeria. And as an indigene of Benue State is a major concern. I hope that some of these addresses that have been dropped will be able to take it back home, digest it, and work on it. Not just sitting down here to listen to all this. We need action. A round of applause, please. We also want to recognize some speakers. We have All Farmers Association by the name Lady Perpetual Okafor. Please, if you're here, signify by raising your hands. A round of applause for her, please. We also have representative from Professor Abiodun Adeniyi, Mr. Paul Ogu. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. We also have Mr. Paul A. Obi from Bayes University. A round of applause. Please, are we tired of clapping? Last but not the least, we also have Ambassador Victor Clement, Chairman of Nigerian Students Association, Nisaya Abuja chapter. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. Next on our agenda, we would be having another keynote speaker who would be addressing the root cause of farmer-herder conflict. Baba Uthman Ngezama, President, Meyati Allah, Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, Mark Ben. Please, a round of applause for him. Keep clapping till he comes up. Keep clapping, please. Let's not get tired of clapping till he climbs on stage.
And the chairman of this occasion, respected participants who are here, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Before I run through my presentation, I would like to personally congratulate the immediate past speaker who has enumerated the entire dynamics of this crisis. I have never come across a profound presentation with clear understanding of the dynamics of the farmer-herder conflict, like the one I have just had now. So I personally congratulate him, and I personally align with all his presentations, if not for the purpose of registering my presence here. I don't think I have anything to add more than what he has said. So Congratulations. Distinguished chairman of the conference, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is with profound sense of humility that I stand before you today as a special guest at this important national conference organized by the Leadership Hub, Justice and Economic Advancement. We gather not merely as professionals, leaders and citizens, but as custodians of our nation's future, tasked with confronting one of the deepest wounds tearing at the soul of Nigeria, the conflict between farmers and herders. Too often, this crisis is reduced to headlines that amplify division, blame, and fear. But beyond the sensational stories lies the real Nigeria. Villages emptied, families displaced, young lives cut short, and communities left to nurse scars that go far deeper than statistics can capture. We must acknowledge the deep-seated pain that is plaguing our nation. This pain is not confined to one group. It is shared across boundaries, faith, and livelihoods. The farmer who has lost his crops and the herder who has lost his cattle are both left in despair that threatens our collective humanity. If we are sincere, then we must resist the temptation of quick fixtures. The farmer-herder conflict is not just about land or cattle. It is about justice, exclusion, and the failure to respond to changing realities. It is about the absence of structured grazing system, climate change striking natural resources, land encroachment, and the widening gap between tradition and modernity. Addressing these root causes requires courage. Courage to uphold justice, courage to enforce policies fairly, and courage to bring every voice, especially those from the grassroots, into the national conversation. Justice without inclusion will not endure. Dialogue without empathy will not heal. As the Apex Pastoral Association, the Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, MACBAN, has long advocated for the welfare of pastoralist communities. We know our members are often painted in the darkest of colors, blamed as aggressors, and branded as criminals. Yet, among us are families who want only what every Nigerian wants: a dignified life, education for their children, health care for their wives, and security for their hearts. We are committed to peace, but peace cannot be achieved without pastoralists, when pastoralists are denied empathy, when policies exclude them, and when they are left at the margins of development. Today, I make a solemn plea, not for sympathy, but for empathy. Empathy that sees beyond stereotypes, empathy that recognizes the herder and the farmer not as enemies, but as Nigerians bound together by soil and sustenance of this nation. Let us be clear, the farmer-herder conflict is not a northern problem, nor is it a rural problem. It is a wound on the heart of our nation, tearing at the fabric of our communities, threatening our food security, and leaving countless lives shattered. Every time blood is spilled on the farmlands or grazing roads of this country, our nation's soul is diminished. The first to healing lies not in vengeance, but in building a mutual respect, justice, and dialogue. We must invest in mechanisms that bring farmer and herder together, not drive them further apart. Traditional institutions, civil society, faith-based leaders, and community voices must be empowered to resolve disputes with fairness. Government must act as an arbiter of justice, not as patron of side against the other. let us imagine a future where every Nigerian, whether farmer or herder, north or south, Muslim or Christian, can live, work, and thrive in peace. A future where grazing fields and cattle rows are demarcated, farmlands are protected by law, and conflicts are resolved through dialogue instead of violence. A future where food security is not threatened by fear, and where diversity becomes our strength, not our undoing. This is why I deeply commend the organizers of this conference. For in convening us here, you have chosen inclusion. You have chosen to listen not only to policymakers in Abuja, but also to men and women on ground, those whose voices are too often lost amid the noise of politics. The inclusive dialogue is not just welcome, it is essential if we are to chart a path that heals our division and sources our common destiny. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the road ahead will not be easy, but it is necessary. It will demand of us truth, compassion, and unwavering commitment. Magban stands ready to play its part in promoting dialogue, supporting government initiative, and working hand in hand with our farming brothers and sisters. Together, we can transform this conflict from a wound into a lesson, and from a lesson into a foundation for peace. Just like what the president said when we went to present a report of the Livestock Transformation Committee that gave rise to the creation of the Livestock Ministry that we have today. I can remember vividly, Mr. President said, there is opportunity in every tragedy. So we need to explore the opportunity that is involved in the tragedy both farmers and herders are facing in this country today. And you see, the root causes have been majorly climate change, population explosion. These are the major causes. Then, to some extent, politics. Then media also playing a negative role towards exacerbating the conflicts further. But above all, today, what we have are more of security concerns. Because even if you want to address the effects of climate change and that of population and the rest, it will not be possible without improved security. Today, the crises have metamorphosed into serious security concerns in the country that we have to today abandon all the others and try to address the security aspect of this crisis. Because it is very clear that in the northwestern part of the country today, in specifically states like Katsina and Zamfara, people don't go to the farm. And this is a community of 70% Fulanis as farmers on one side and as pastoralists on the other side, conflicting among themselves. Having criminals as bandits that doesn't discriminate between tribe or religion. There's nobody you cannot find there. So the issue is now, before anything, we have to address the security concerns first and foremost. Because without addressing the security concerns, nothing can be achieved. We have been on this before 2014 when we were just addressing farmer-herder conflict that has been there for decades. But from 2014 to date, the escalation started. From farmer-herder, then came up the issue of cattle rustling. From small-scale cattle rustling to industrial scale that we witness today, thousands of cattle missing. Just last month, in Kebe local government in Sokoto State, it was reported to me that over 10,000 cattle were swept by bandits, and they have gone. Just imagine how many families will be affected by this. And the most disturbing thing is not only the cutting away of over 10,000 cattle, but as these bandits move with the cattle, they push them with impunity into community farmlands to graze. They are grazing freely in farmlands. If 10,000 cows will graze in Abuja farmlands, in 2 days' time, they will finish the entire Abuja farms. So imagine bandits cutting away over 10,000 cows from pastoralists who are mainly and coincidentally mostly Fulanis. It's a coincidence, it's not a matter of choice for Fulani to own cattle in West Africa. It's just a coincidence. If it were a matter of choice, we would have chosen to be something else, not rearing cattle in the forest, suffering, not enjoying anything. It's a coincidence. It's a destiny. It's never a matter of choice. So you have to understand the dynamics before you proffer the proper solution. Just like what my brother did from his presentation. He understood everything about the dynamics of this crisis. That is the reason why he has made a profound presentation that has captured everything about this crisis. As I said, I have never come across a presentation that is so profound, that is so deep in understanding the entire dynamics of this crisis until today, when I heard from the immediate past speaker. So from cattle rustling, we witness, it is before our eyes that this thing metamorphosed into kidnapping. The same gang transformed to kidnapping, then later to banditry. So many things gave rise to banditry. So this is what we are suffering from today in this country. So the security, before anything, the security concerns must be addressed first. Because without it, I don't think anything can be achieved. Thank you very much for giving me your attention.
Please, a round of applause for our dear President, Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, Magban. Please, a round of applause for him. A little bird just whispered to me that his surname, Ungel Zama, is a town rich in history and blessings located in Yobe State. No wonder his speech was indeed rich with blessings as well. Please, a warm welcome and a big round of applause for the President himself. Talking about the President, Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association, Uthman Ngelzama. Please, another warm round of applause. Thank you indeed. All right, as we march on with our conversation today, I must sincerely also recognize the presence of Mr. Paul A.O.B. He's representing Professor Abiodun Adeniyi of Mass Communication Department, Bayes University. Please, if you are here, just give us a wave. Thank you indeed. Thank you so much for coming. Coming up next is another keynote address, and this time the topic of the conversation is pathways to sustainable peace. How many of us want peace? If you want peace, whisper to your neighbor, I want peace in Nigeria. You are not saying it like you mean it. I want peace in Nigeria. Yes, indeed. And let's not forget that the theme of this event is securing Nigeria's future, addressing the root cause of herdsmen-farmers conflict through justice and inclusive dialogue. And this time around, we will be looking at pathways to sustainable peace. And our guest speaker is Professor Josephine Agbonika, SAN, Dean Faculty of Law, Veritas University, Abuja. Is that all you do for our professor? Don't stop clapping until she gets up here. I doubt this audience wants peace. Please, a round of applause for our professor. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. May I stand on the already established protocol. Today I'm seeing another side of presentation of papers, especially when you have like 4 or more people giving keynote addresses. You will now see that each person will be giving it from his or her own perspective. But somehow you find that there will be brilliant discussion at the end of the day. And we hope you'll be able to take something from each person's paper. Of course, from time immemorial, the farmer-herder conflict in Nigeria has been a many-sided crisis deeply rooted in historical, socio-economic, and environmental factors. The address aims to critically examine the origin, causes, and consequences of this long-standing conflict with a particular focus on pathways to sustainable peace. In addressing the root causes of farmer-herder conflict through justice and inclusive dialogue. Fulani herders have a migratory pattern and socio-political history which are integral to understanding the tensions emerging from the legacy of Uthman Dan Fodio of the 19th century's Islamic revival and the subsequent establishment of the Sokoto Caliphate. The conflict is increased by ethno-religious dynamics that have positioned Nigeria's middle belt as a volatile fault line. The immediate catalyst for confrontation predominantly involve the destruction of crops by cattle, water contamination, and various forms of mutual harassment between farmers and herders. Yet, these proximate triggers are underpinned by deeper structural issues such as climate change, population growth, poverty, and ethnic identity politics. The human toll has been staggering, with tens of thousands of lives lost and mass displacements contributing to heightened insecurity and social fragmentation. Efforts to mitigate the conflicts have included government initiatives like grazing reserves in the form of Ruga, which eventually had to be suspended, the National Commission for Nomadic Education to enable nomads have a normal form of education, and military operations as well as international programs aimed at fostering peaceful coexistence. However, the effectiveness of these interventions remain limited, hindered by governance challenges, political resistance, and the complexity of the crisis. This keynote calls for pathways to sustainable peace in securing Nigeria's future addressing the root causes of farmer-herder conflict through justice and inclusive dialogue. Nigeria as a nation is a highly diversified society. The diversity of Nigeria stems through religion, culture, language, historical origin, ethnicity, and economic practices, amongst several other lines of diversification. To this end, different cultural and ethnic groups are predominantly known for specified practices. For instance, the South people of the North are majorly known for fishery because of the riverine nature of their area. The Southwest is known for farming of tree crops like cocoa, rubber, kola nut, palm oil, etc. While the northern people, that is the Hausa Fulani in particular, are predominantly known for livestock farming, such as cattle, sheep, and goats. In view of the fact that the Fulanis are predominantly known as the traditional dealers in livestock, the conversation arising from livestock farming is not overemphasized. To this end, to trace the history of herders in Nigeria may tantamount to tracing the history of the Hausa Fulani in Nigeria, since keeping herds of animals are predominantly their occupation. It is submitted that the Fulani group's origin did not just start from Nigeria, because they are also found in Senegal, Ghana, and a host of other places. And indeed, they are also greatly predominant in Nigeria. The pastoral nature of their livestock farming sees them moving from one part of the country to the other in search of vegetation that can support the feeding of their livestock as the season changes. Because when the season changes within the north and they are no longer able to get grass, then of course they begin to migrate to places where their cattle can feed better. This can be regarded as their quest for livelihood and economic activity, not necessarily towards encroachment or destruction. However, those in the north, in the south, also have a duty to protect their own crops and their own vegetation, which they have taken time painstakingly to look after. They therefore will challenge any person, any herder, that chooses to bring their cattle within their domain to eat up whatever they have grown and have put in so much effort to preserve. It must be noted that for centuries, herders and farmers in Nigeria coexisted in a symbiotic relationship, in friendship. And I'm sure if you saw the logo, the picture that was there initially, you could see the friendly atmosphere between that herder and that farmer. That was the kind of relationship that herders and farmers had initially. However, we need to know where this pain, where this anger eventually started. Where did we get it wrong? Where did people begin to get bloody? Where did they begin to get arrogant? When did pain begin to arise in their minds? The peaceful coexistence began to unravel due to combination of environmental, socio-economic, and political factors that have transformed these disputes from mere disagreements to brutal, bloody confrontations. Now, climate change and desertification in the northern region have pushed herders and their cattle southwards in search of grazing land and water. The southward migration brings them into direct conflict with growing population of sedentary farmers, leading to clashes over increasingly scarce resources, because the pain of the economy naturally reaches everyone. It's no longer easy to allow people to eat. And then the wickedness of entering into a particular farm and eating the farm produce instead of grass, of course, is a sign that would breed anger in whoever the farmer is. Now, population growth and land security have also led to expansion of farmlands and settlements, encroaching on traditional grazing routes and reserves will naturally be encroaching on another person's fundamental rights. Now, proliferation of weapons. Now, Nigeria got to a stage where a lot of politicians chose to use political thugs. In trying to use those thugs, small arms and light weapons increasingly became the order of the day. And having trained people who are not well educated on how to use such arms, they decided to use it to their own advantage and sometimes to the pain of the people that they are getting in contact with. And of course, having such explosive items have caused Nigerians a lot of pains because they have not thought wisely about how to use it. They just feel, well, if you won't let me get on your farm, then of course, then you have to die. Sometimes they go into other unwholesome activities like raping women on farms and a lot of things. And I see that as utter wickedness. From the above, one can summarize that some of the key reasons for farmer-herder conflicts are, for example, land tenure insecurity. The two sides are fighting over who has ownership or access to the land in question. And then, of course, there is also the loss of grazing land, because the desertification in some areas makes it imperative that perhaps their own area of jurisdiction will not have the requisite grass for the purpose of grazing their cattle. There is climate change, environmental degradation, and of course population pressure. The country is, with a country with over 200 and something million inhabitants, you can only imagine what population pressure will be doing in terms of agricultural intensification, because then the more the people, the more the need for agricultural intensification. Then, of course, there is weak institutional framework. We do not have the law particularly that would redirect the regulation concerning grazing. There are other countries where you don't see grass at all, and yet they have cattle, they have herd, and things are going on well. So perhaps we need to redirect our minds to those areas, and then we must reduce militarization of individuals, especially those that do not have the requisite license to deal with such items. And of course, migration spillovers have also caused situations, because while they are migrating, if they are stopped from one region, then of course they stay in the forest in another region and perhaps begin another colony in that place. And before you know it, it's another robust area for conflicts. So, of course, the consequences of this behavior has resulted in loss of lives, decline in agricultural output, rise in food prices, loss of rural livelihood, heightened communal trust, and social fragmentation. It has weakened governance. It has undermined investor confidence and rural development. Now, let's look at the ways towards sustainable peace, since we're about to round up. Now, perhaps Nigeria should begin to work towards establishment of grazing reserves and ranches in different clusters where they know that herders will need grazing support. Of course, they don't have to roam around from one place to the other. They don't have to be nomads. They can properly establish grazing reserves. Nigeria can support those herders within those areas to establish these reserves so that their livestock will not suffer unduly. There can be livestock value chain development and support services so that those who are dealing in herds will also be well educated about how to bring up their cattle and herds without unduly interfering with the rights of another person. Then, of course, land use planning and zoning integration needs to be properly interrogated. People need to know the rules relating to land use so that you don't just dabble from one area to the other. You must know when your right to feed your cattle is beginning to infringe on another person's right to own land and infringe on the person's right to also have peaceful habitation of his property. Then, of course, judicial strengthening and accountability needs to be looked at, because when you take a herder farmer conflict to court and it's going to last 5 years, then you are losing more in terms of finance for bringing the case to court. So there must be some kind, maybe a court should be established to deal with such specific situations. Just like we have family courts, we have courts that deal with terrorism, we should also have a court that would deal with farmer herder situations so that it will be fast when they are dealing with such situations. Then, of course, transformation to commercial ranching, which I already discussed, should be interrogated. Regional interstate harmonization and cross-border frameworks between the states, they should be able to have some kind of discussion so that if they want to now begin to work together, if they now begin to collaborate, perhaps things will be better than using undue force. Then, of course, cultural integration and narrative change should begin to work in our minds so that we don't begin to assume that you can do whatever you like within your domain without anyone being able to complain. We must have some kind of fairness and equity. If you destroy another person's property, there should be some kind of transition, some kind of compensation that would compel you to provide some kind of fair, dispensation for what you have done. And perhaps that way you will weigh the crops that you are spoiling and how much you are going to pay in compensation. Perhaps that would also be a way to checkmate people. And of course, that political will should be there by the lawmakers in particular, and our politicians. They should have that political will to be able to stop this farmer-herder conflict. And of course, most of these issues started when they used those people to carry out their own political thuggery. If at the end of the day you are unable to compensate them appropriately, then of course you have given them weapons which they are likely to use against not only masses, but perhaps if you are not careful, the gun can also be used against you. And I think with some of these tips, we should be able to have a way forward in looking at farmer header considerations. Thank you very much.
That was a beautiful one. Please, a round of applause. She made mention of accountability needs to be looked out, and also the more the people, the more the need for agricultural needs. So we'll do a few exercise. When I say the more the people, you say the more the need for agricultural need. The more the people. No, I'm not feeling the energy. The more the people. All right, thank you. Next on our agenda, we have compensation and support mechanism for victims. And we'll be having no any other person but Comrade Lawrence Ikehe. Before he comes on stage, I would be giving you a little brief about him. Comrade is the president of Nigerian Students and Youth Association. He's the deputy coordinator, or rather, he was reckoned as the deputy coordinator of Nigerian Students and Youth Association for South-South. And he is the former Edo State Director of Welfare at Nigerian Students and Youth Association. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Comrade as he comes on stage. Please keep clapping till he comes on stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please permit me to stand on all existing protocols. Compensation and support mechanisms for victims, a youth and student approach and perspective. We've seen different perspectives from different speakers, and I want to speak on the perspective of students and youth as the national president of Nigerian Students and Youth Association. As young leaders, it's essential to acknowledge the profound impact of victimization on individuals and communities. Effective compensation and support mechanisms are crucial in assisting victims to rebuild their lives. Let's explore immediate and long-term strategies to address these critical issues. The immediate support mechanisms. 1, crisis intervention. Provide immediate emotional support, counseling, and basic needs and assistance such as food, shelter, and medical care. 2, trauma-informed care. To ensure service providers are trained to understand the complexities of trauma and its impact on victims. 3, emergency financial assistance. To offer temporary financial support to help victims cover essential expenses. Now let's go to the long-term support mechanisms. 1, a comprehensive counseling service or comprehensive counseling services. Provide ongoing counseling and therapy to address psychological traumas. 2, economic empowerment. To offer vocational training, education, and job placement services to support long-term financial stability. 3, community-based support. Foster community networks and support groups to help victims reconnect and rebuild. Now, where are the existing gaps? Inadequate funding, insufficient resources allocated to support victims. 2, limited accessibility, services often inaccessible to marginalized communities. 3, the lack of coordination, fragmented services leading to gaps in support. Now let's go to the practical solutions. 1, increase funding. To allocate dedicated funds for victim support services. 2, capacity building. Train more service providers in trauma-informed care. 3, technology-enabled support. Leverage digital platforms to increase accessibility. 4, community engagement. Involve victims and communities in designing support services. 5, policy reforms. Advocate for policies that prioritize victim support and compensation. Actionable recommendations. 1, establish a national victim support fund. Allocate resources for comprehensive support services. 2, develop trauma-informed care standards, ensure service providers meet minimum standards. 3, create online support platforms, increase accessibility and reach. By addressing existing gaps and implementing practical solutions, we can create a more supportive environment for victims. As young leaders, we have to work together to shape policy direction and strengthen community responses. Now, we can't speak about compensation when we have not addressed the root causes of the herder farmers crisis. A vast majority of those to be compensated are already dead. So how do we compensate them? That's a very big question. The best compensation is to end the root cause of the crisis by creating cattle ranches and limited movements within localities. And another way is we need to demand for cow feeds. In foreign nations, for instance, like the last speaker spoke, there are so many countries without grasses, but they have herds. The government needs to, sit up sincerely, because it's a very big problem for all of us. The farmers are losing their crops, people are dying, and food shortage is going on. For instance, I come from the south to this place, and on my way coming here, I noticed a lot of herds being moved from the north to the south. Probably they are seeking for places to graze. And these people that are moving these herds to the south, they are going there with tools. They are going there with guns. These farmers are losing their crops, they are losing their lives, and we also as citizens, we have shortage of food. Food over here in the north is less expensive than what we have in the south because of transportation issues. We must look at that as well. I want borders need to be secured. Our borders need to be secured because most people from our neighboring countries use our land for grazing. Compensation is not the way forward, but resolving the issue is the best solution. Countries in Europe and other developing countries make use of cattle ranches. Nigeria can do the same. The herder-farmer clash has contributed to food shortages and hunger across Nigeria, like I mentioned before, since people can no longer peacefully go to their farms. The movement by the herders has caused insecurity, kidnapping for ransom, and incessant attack on the harmless communities. In present-day Nigeria, a restorative justice approach can be used to address the herder-farmer conflict. In 2018, the Benue State government established a compensation scheme for victims of herdsmen attacks, providing financial assistance for the losses incurred. Civil society intervention through the Nigerian Red Cross and local NGOs have implemented support programs for victims, including counseling, medical care, and livelihood support. By adopting a restorative justice approach, Nigeria can promote healing, accountability, and reconciliation in communities affected by the herdsmen-farmer conflict. The Nigerian police must be given more power and allowed to independently police the country without undue interference of the executive at all levels or tiers of government. In the absence, local policing is our best bet to get communities safer. Preventing the clashes, conflicts is more important than compensation of the victims. If we prevent it, then why do we need to compensate? Government can actually use this problem to create solution by giving job opportunities to the teeming youth to go over to these ranches, work there, and our cattle will be safe, and our lives and our farmers and our crops will also be safe. We don't need people moving from communities, taking cows to different places, eating people's crops and putting us in hunger. Government can actually do this. This is their responsibility. I want to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak as a student leader, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Is that the list we can do for our great president? Thank you indeed. And he spoke on compensation and support mechanisms for victims. Comrade Lawrence Ikehi, National President, Nigerian Students and Youth Association. Of the greatest Nigerian student. Of the greatest Nigerian student. I want to yarn. I want to talk. But before I talk, I want to emancipate. Please, a round of applause again for our president. Thank you. Thank you. That was indeed a great speech. Now, as we move on, let's not forget that the theme of this great event is securing Nigeria's future, addressing the root cause of herdsmen-farmer conflict through justice and inclusive dialogue. Can we echo that together? Please, can we echo that together? 1, 2, go. This time, can we say it like we mean it? This time, can we say it like we mean it? Is this theme, is it achievable? Is it achievable? Give yourself 2.5 go, sir. Cannot say it like you made it. 2.5 go, sir. Go, sir. Go, sir. Goes. And it's a good thing that we have people from all walks of life gathered here to present very wonderful speeches. And next up is a goodwill message. This time we'll be receiving a goodwill message from Mr. Tosin Adebayo. He is Program Development Quality and Reporting Coordinator. And he will be speaking to us in just a jiffy. But let's know a little about him. The organization he heads is the #1 peace-building organization, transforming the way we deal with conflict in the country, from preventing violence before it starts to bringing communities, security agencies, women, and youth together. Please, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Mr. Tosin Adebayo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, organizers of this conference, government representatives, traditional and religious leaders, and members of civil society organization, and to the Nigerian youths, good afternoon. My name once again is Tosin Adebayo. I work with Search for Common Ground Nigeria. On behalf of Search for Common Ground, I am deeply honored to bring you warm greetings and goodwill as we gather to reflect on a theme of both urgency and hope, which is titled Securing Nigerians' Future by Addressing the Root Causes of the Farmer-Herders Conflict Through Inclusive Dialogue. Let me begin by appreciating the organizers of this event and conference for both convening such a timely and urgent matter conference. As we say, it is often said that peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, equity, and understanding. This platform indeed brings us a step closer to that vision by inviting diverse voices, such as we have heard today, not just to discuss the symptoms of conflict, but its deep-seated causes and root causes, as we have continually emphasized. The farmer-herders conflict indeed is one that is most pressing peace and security challenges that we face in Nigeria today. It is not a new conflict, and unfortunately it has been a conflict that, while might have started from the Middle Belt region, we began to see it encroach in other regions of Nigeria, where its impact has been felt enormously. And unfortunately, this has been driven by climate change, population growth, competition over land water resources, economic pressure, and sometimes fueled by what? Misinformation and also disinformation. Yes, because the conflict is complex and diverse, it cannot be solved by force or policy alone. What requires is exactly what today emphasize when we talk about inclusive dialogues. When farmers and herders come together to talk alongside organizations that focus on peace and security and the government and security agencies, we can begin to jointly design solutions that not only prevent violence, but also open doors to a shared prosperity. I'm sure some of us might be hearing about Search for Common Ground for the first time. And for others, Search for Common Ground Nigeria is the #1 peace-building organization in the world, which we pride ourselves in. We are one of the largest organizations working in about 30 countries in the world. And we've been in Nigeria since 2004, and we've been in Nigeria for 21 years. About 21 years. We have partnered with communities, governments, security agencies, and also community members to transform conflicts to what we call a common ground approach, building trust, fostering collaboration, and creating breakthroughs for peace. Indeed, Search for Common Ground has been working in the area of the farmer-herders conflict for a very long time, since its inception. And indeed, farmer-herders conflict remains a core of our intervention and our thematic area of focus. So since 2004, when we started, indeed was quite an interesting run for us. We began supporting dialogue-based responses to communal tensions, including early farmer-herders clashes in the Middle Belt region. Fast forward to 2015, with the help of the United States funding from the USAID, we created dialogue platforms in Plateau, Nasarawa, and Kaduna states. In 2017, we expanded our national policy engagement, launching the Forum for Farmer-Herders Relations in Nigeria, which continues to inform strategies of resource conflicts. 2020 to 2022, through the EU-supported Commitas projects in Adamawa and Taraba states, we trained mediators, built peace platform, and we launched what we talked about our peace architectural platforms, through which we use to detect early signs of conflicts before they escalate to violence.
where we give power to the people, to the masses, to determine peace and security for themselves. In 2023 and dates, we have continued to work with the World Bank via various initiatives such as our ACRESL and LPRES projects, building capacities in conflict transformation, in conflict mediation, in conflict sensitivity, in addressing issues of conflict and violence, especially the thematic area which we talk about today, the farmer-herders conflicts. Why we would ask ourselves why this matters for Nigerian future? We might ask ourselves that question. Indeed, why does this matter? It matters for what? Nigerian futures hinges on resolving current conflicts, especially what the farmer-herders conflict, which affects agriculture, productivity, livelihood, civil society organizations, and has unfortunately led to trauma issues in young women, girls, and boys in the society. Unfortunately, everyone, including me and you, are affected by the farmer-herders conflict, either directly or indirectly. You might agree with me. I'm sure we've noticed there has been an increase in the cost of food prices in Nigeria, which is also related to the farmer-herders crisis when we talk about issues of livelihood. As we deliberate today, let us remember that dialogue is not a one-off event, but what? A continuous process requiring practice, patience, and trust. And its reward is what? Peaceful coexistence, economic resilience, and what? Stability and sustainability for peace. And you might agree with me that indeed peace is much, much cheaper than war and crisis. So as such, for Common Ground Nigeria, we remain to work in this journey with you, the government security actors, the civil society organizations, the traditional leaders, the religious leaders, the Nigerian youths, and our media and the community members and other people. For this reason, I would like to say a big thank you, and may peace guide our collective efforts today. Have a lovely day.
Truly and true, that's a good place to clap. A round of applause for Mr. Tosin Adebayo, all the way from Search for Common Ground, Nigeria. Just to let you know that in a jiffy, we will be venturing into our panel sessions. We have 2 sessions of those. And for the first, we'll be having Comrade Aigba Anselm, Professor Santa Tiegu, Reverend Father Sebastian Sani, PhD, Comrade Lawrence Ikehi, also Honorable Kwan Mohammed Bello, and also we'll be having the ACP Amistus, ACP Umar Yakubu on that panel discussion. And for the second, we will be having Professor Adoyi Onoja, Professor Desmond Onyemechi. We'll also be having a host of other great dignitaries in just a jiffy. But we've heard from the headers. It's now time for us to also hear from the farmers. Do we have farmers here? Do we have farmers here? A round of applause for all to all the farmers present here. Thank you, and thank you truly. So there will be a keynote address right now by Lady Perpetua Nkechi Okafor, PhD. She's FCT Chapter Chairman of Farmers Association of Nigeria, AFAN. That's a good place to clap, ladies and gentlemen. I said that is a good place to clap.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure standing before you. Many people are speaking, and can I say, in every event, and the topic is presented to be discussed. Once 1, 2, 3 have discussed all the discussable, others are to add and echo to what have been discussed. And that is not different from what I am going to say. But for me, before I start, I bring you warmest greeting from the constituency where I represent, which is the farmers in Nigeria. And we have this slogan, great farmers, great nation. No farmer, no nation. But for the fact that we know the role women play in the family, in the nation, we went further to add, no woman, no food on the table. Thank you very much. Respected dignitaries here, and permit me to stand on already established protocol. It is a privilege that I stand before you to deliver this keynote speech on herder farmers conflict in Nigeria, but I am to focus on the history evolution of this herders farmers relation in Nigeria, cause, context, and workable solution. You know, most of the times, programs don't fail, policies don't fail, but the people fail the programs, the people fail the policies, and the people fail the projects. Because project can never be executed by itself, but it's being handled by people. And when you didn't handle it the way it's supposed to be handled, the project is bound to fail. Before I go on with my speech, I want to say that both the herders and those we refer as the farmers, we are all farmers. Only that the herders are into animal production, and those we refer as farmers are into crop production. But there must be a workable relationship for the farmers, those we refer as farmers, and those we refer as herders, to cohabit so as to battle and overcome food insecurity in Nigeria. I want to start by the history of evolution. This issue started from the time of immemorial. Before we were colonized, there was this a way lands are being owned. And when the herders moved to a community to rear their cattle, they have a common agreement with those community, because that mindset was there, that this place is owned by these people. And for us to stay here, we must work with them in an amicable way, that it will not affect them, and we achieve. But coming to when we were colonized, the Land Act of 1914 moved the land ownership to the government, and everybody is a government, and everybody claims ownership of land anywhere. Then when we move further to post-colonial masters, we know that environmental degradation also contributes, and population growth, ethnic and religious tension, weak governance, and abandonment of grazing reserve. If the foundation of the people who fought for Nigeria were all followed, most of the crises we are facing today would have been there. But because as we grow, sometimes we adopt more of negativity other than positivity. We talk about the issue of climate change. It is a phenomenon that none of us can be able to battle with. But we must find a way to prevent or avoid or adapt it and work with it for our own profitability. You talk about government responses and other areas that are contributing more on this. If we want to go down history, you will know that in 2014, there was massacre of farmers. 2018, such occurred in Plateau and still occurring today. In 2020, in Ebonyi, we had what happened. Then recently in Benue State, who have been facing it for long, but this year, the country wept for what happened. What can we do to prevent all this? We go by saying, can we promote climate smart agriculture? Where we make the farmers to know that they can benefit from the herders, and the herders also can benefit from the farmers, where the herders take the refuges from the farm produce to feed their cattle in a way that it will not affect the farmers negatively. And the dungs from the cattle will now also help the farmers to produce more. Implementing effective policies. As I earlier stated, policies don't fail, but the people handling the policies, the policy makers, making the policies one thing, but implementation is the challenge we're having in Nigeria. We will have good plan lineup, but working it out is always the challenge. Like now in FCT, we are working on establishing or developing the already established grazing reserve that were abandoned. Because it is seen that in FCT as a state capital, seeing cattle moving around is like a slab. Even in the presidency, you see the cattle entering there. So they must open a grazing reserve, which is in 4 area council of FCT. The committee, which I am one of them, are working on it to know if it will be worked out amicably. We talk about interest-based negotiation and mediation. You know, the crop farmers have their own interest to protect. The animal farmers are also working in protecting their interests. But two can never sleep together unless they agree. And the agreement will be in a way that none will lose, and that will promote peace. Let me rush because I can see them tinkling. I always advocate for farmers' education. Farmers' education is very important. Both the herders, that is the crop farmers, the animal farmers, need reorientation regularly to understand and work the modality for peaceful coexistence. The crop farmers are working for their tomorrow. The animal farmers are working for their tomorrow. But the animal farmers should know you are also operating a business, and the crop farmer is also operating a business. None of the business should destroy one another. If you want your cattle to get fat, and I want to produce a crop that I will say I make money, your cattle shouldn't destroy my farm. And my farm or farmers should not rust to cattle. There must be a balanced equation. But destruction of farms. I was in Benue State last week for research. I was in Guma local government, and they're telling me that they don't farm cassava and yam any longer. Because you farm it, you stand there to be harvested and fed to the cows. And you cannot do anything. The only thing they do is to avoid farming those ones. So how can we achieve food security in Nigeria? We must bring out a workable ways that the animal farmers will understand that the way they want the animal to live large, so the crop farmers want also to benefit from their farm. And when that policies that we enforce the evaluators to face the law is implemented and work without fear or favor, we will not achieve our food security. But food security is achievable when we are sincere and truthful to ourselves and stop any activity or method or movement that will promote one and deter one. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Lady Perpetua. You took the words out of my mouth, because being an indigene of Benue State and Guma local government precisely, she's absolutely correct. We can only achieve this if only we can stand on our grounds and also do due diligence. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please. Coming up next is Reverend Father Sebastian Sani, PhD. Please, a round of applause for him. He will be coming up with his keynote address. Do we have him on ground? All right, notwithstanding, if he's not here on ground, next on our list is the group photograph. Please, all dignitaries, we want all of you to be in the front while we have our group photograph. Thank you. Okay, sir. After the group picture, please. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we truly thank you for your patience. We thank you for finding out time outside your very busy schedule and making it to this great occasion. There will be more goodwill messages after this photograph session. But in the meantime, I beg you all, our distinguished guests, please come forward as we have this group photograph done in a jiffy with the cameraman on standby already. And just after that, we'll make progress with the conversation. Let's not forget that the theme again is securing Nigeria's future, addressing the root cause of herdsmen-farmer conflict through dialogue, through justice and inclusive dialogue. A very important topic. I remember way back in primary school when we were asked to list the causes or the troubles of agriculture. One of them was Herdsmen-Farmer crisis. In primary school, back in the days, it's been how many years now? And yet again, we speak of farmers-herders clash. That is why it is indeed very pivotal that we have a conversation as this. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are here to make a history this lovely, lovely afternoon. A round of applause for yourselves. This audience is not aware that clapping is part of healthy living. A round of applause for yourselves. All right, with all that have been said, just before we have the photo session, I don't know if there are rooms for questions, and then I think at the panel session we'll answer those questions, sir. Thank you. Please, let's have the photo session. Our invited guests, please come forward. Thank you. You can come up here, please. Enjoy.
What are we saying? The land we call home, the source of our life, our food, and our future. A conflict that tears at the very heart of Nigeria.
We see the pain, the shattered lives, and the broken trust. But what if we could mend what is broken?
LJE Nigeria invites government officials, traditional and religious leaders, farmers and herdsmen representatives, security agencies, civil society organizations, international development partners, and the general public to a 2-day national conference themed Securing Nigeria's Future, addressing the root cause of herdsmen-farmers conflict through justice and inclusive dialogue. Date, 30th September to 1st October 2025. Venue, Shehu Musa Yaradua Center, Abuja, Nigeria.
Join us as we address the root causes of this conflict through inclusive dialogue.
We will not just talk.
We will listen.
We will not just debate.
We will seek to understand.
Together, we will find solutions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause for them, please, as they go back to their seats. Thank you. Thank you, truly. All right, very quickly, I would ask my ushers to please help us with about 6 chairs lined up here as we have the first panel session. And this time we will be discussing the topic again proper. We're looking at securing Nigeria's future, addressing the root cause of herdsmen-farmer conflicts through justice and inclusive dialogue. Please, ushers, help me with my chairs. Ushers, please help us with 6 chairs. Thank you. All right. As we move on with this session, please, can we make welcome our panelist, Comrade Aigba Ansim. Please, if you are here, just, can you come forward already? A round of applause as he comes forward. Comrade Aigba Ansim. All right. Thank you indeed. Also, we have Professor Santa Nyego. I sat under his class, and I must say, he is a man, is a scholar of our Lady Perpetua Nkechi Okafo, PhD, as she joins us on this panel session as well. And also, can we please make welcome Comrade Lawrence Ikehi. Comrade Lawrence Ikehi, as he joins us on this first round of panel session. Next, I would also like us to welcome Honorable Khan Mohammed Bello, President of Kulin. Okay, Kulin Allah, please. Sir, welcome. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Please come up, sir. And not forgetting the law enforcement officers, the representative of the Commissioner of Police that we have here, ACP Umar Yakubu. Please, you join us as well. Thank you indeed. So a very interesting and robust moment we will be having this lovely afternoon with this panel session. You can see we have men from the law enforcement agency, the police is here, Herders Association represented here, the farmers are also here, a professor of communication also here. We will be having a robust moment. Ushers, please help me pass the mics to them as we begin this conversation in earnest. Please, let's not forget that the theme of this great event and this first panel session is centered on securing Nigeria's future, addressing the root cause of herdsmen-farmer conflict. Ushers, please, my mics. And we will be having a robust moment right here. Just before the mics come forward, let me first of all call in one man who just introduced himself, a great man of great reputation. I'm talking about Honorable Khan Mohammed Bello. And the first question is, what are the root causes of farmer headers clash? Please come forward.
As I said earlier on, my name is Honorable Khalil Mohammed Bello, the National President of Kulang Allah Katuriaras Association of Nigeria, Kakaran. Our association was registered and formed with a specific objectives to bring to an end the painful, intermittent, perennial conflict between farmers and herders. That is why Kulang Allah was established. So, with regard to your question, on the root causes or the genesis of farmers herders conflict, instead of reading my speech, let me solely rely on experience I have with regard to pastoral occupations, which I am currently practicing and leading and one of the Transwoman Association of Nigeria that is working toward promoting peace and unity between pastoralists and farmers. What I want us to understand is that mainly we relate on theories than practicality. But as far as the solutions of farmer herders conflict are concerned, we have to depend on practicality. Because the pastoralists are the mother of all science. Because though in the political science, we say human beings are not observable. Because when to observe that the observer is observing the observer will be the observed. But with all that, pastoralists, as a half-baked political scientist, or as a historian and half-baked political scientist, we strongly believed that we were taught that human beings are not observable. Because when you observe that the observer is observing the observer will finally be observed. But we, the pastoralists, we were able to observe human beings, even by mere seeing. That is why if you see somebody's food, we say this belongs to God. And if you see your hands, this thing, you just predict actually who you are. Because in sociology, it was also said, you are not what you think you are. You are not what you think people think you are. You are what people think you are. But we, the pastoralists, were able to carefully and critically study even human beings. Talkers of livestock. Among our people, there is somebody now, if he took milk, who will rightly tell you that this meat belongs to so livestock, whether black or white, of 3 or 4 or 5 years. And it must be correct. So, okay, because of time, let me go to the topic. This is just an introduction.
I'll call you back.
Okay, fine.
Please indeed, a round of applause for Khan Mohammed Bello. Honorable, I told you you are in for a great moment here. Next up, let's welcome Professor Santa as he also speaks to us on the causes of this farmer headers clash.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to join this conversation this afternoon. It's an honor and privilege to be here today. Much has been said, and I will just add some few points to the conversation this afternoon. Like it has been noted, there are actually a lot of causes or factors that that contribute to this national phenomenon that we are talking about today. One of them that comes to mind is the porous nature of our borders. We are aware of the fact that our borders are very, very porously, guarded or manned, and some of these conflicts that we are having actually, comes from some certain conflict-ridden regions or areas, like Libya, Chad, and the rest of them, and they have contributed a lot to some of the crises that we are having in these, countries, in this our own particular country at this particular time. And like it has been, noted earlier, the overpopulation, or what we call population explosion, that we are currently experiencing now is actually stretching economic resources and resources that are so meager and not evenly distributed, and that is also causing a lot of problems, exacerbating the conflict that we are having, such that we've seen how communities, reject government policies like the Ruga, policies that was introduced by previous administration, and the anti-grazing, policy that was experimented, and it didn't have any headway, So these fears emanating from people in our communities, it's actually palpable, because most of them are afraid. And I think we have, the media needs to, really educate our people, because that is where, their function lies. The government, I believe, didn't do their due diligence to educate the masses, on how these policies will be prosecuted, okay? And so that is very, very important. The media needs to, like I think it was also noted in the previous discussions, that this issue is actually, a multi-sectorial issue, where all the approaches and the stakeholders must actually come together, to find a lasting solution to these issues. And so the stakeholders must come together so that like this conference is putting together, these voices this afternoon to ensure that inclusivity, is being promoted, so that we can provide to
Thank you. Please. Applause for Professor Santa. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Moving up next, we will be inviting, or I believe he has the mic already, the ACP amidst us, talking about Assistant Commissioner of Police, Umar Yakubu. What is your take on state policing as a solution to the farmer herders clash?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. State police, to some extent, it will be good. But however, the reason why most of us doesn't want this notion of state police is that we know the situation of this country, and we know that we are into democratic dispensation. If state police is allowed, most of the governors will use them for their own political purposes. We know how this notion of creating like vigilante and this other security personnel in the state. The governors always use them for their own people, not for the people of the generality of the people living in that society, in that area. So for that, most of us doesn't want this notion of what do you call this state police. But however, the federal police, if we are provided with enough equipment, I'm sure we can do it. But we are ill-equipped, and to some extent, some other agency hijack our duties. Yeah, like the military, you see them everywhere. But we should all know that internal security is our own responsibility. It is police responsibility. And we're doing our best. I will continue doing it. And I want to add that security is everybody's business.
Very true.
And that's why we have this saying, if you see something, say something. And in order to solve this issue of this herders-farmers conflict, we have to come together. We have to collaborate. And that's why we have this section of community policing, whereby we go out, meet people, traditional leaders, religious leaders, youths, market women, bring police to them, discuss to them, and put it together and find a way out on how to resolve crime in their own locality.
Thank you, ACP.
You should know that most of the police personnel were drawn from different parts of the country to come and work in one particular area. And most of these policemen doesn't know the environment very well. So we need cooperation, we need collaboration with the people living in that particular area so that we can police that area.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you indeed, our dear audience. Next up is Comrade Aigba. I believe I got the name right. Okay. Do you think there's sufficient political will to end this farmer-herders clash?
Well, observing all protocols, Comrade Iragbe Anslem. Well, you said political. Well, I'm the national youth leader of Labour Party. Since you said political, so let me talk politics. Well, basically, first and foremost, there's a lot of mistrust in our country. That is one. Two, there is no love. Because love, they say, conquers all. Because it doesn't matter religion, it doesn't matter ethnicity. If there is love, they will be able to overcome the issues in Nigeria. Now, politically, what we expect is normally under politics, there are legislations, there are rules, there are regulations. So, but we're in a country where ideally we have not been able to implement our own laws. This is the real challenge in Nigeria. So many laws have been made with respect to this matter. For instance, grazing. We've seen the aspect of Ruga, how even the people rejected it. The officer here has just talked about policing to the extent of looking at the difference between community policing, maybe regional policing or the national policing. See, policing should be policing. So the real thing should be, the laws should be actionable. Why the laws are going to be actionable now? There's the issue of justice. There's the issue of dialogue. There are different kinds of justice in this arrangement. You have distributive justice as regards this matter. For instance, the matter in question here has to do with water, they have to do with land, they have to do with grass, or grasses for the animals. Now, the farmers themselves, their own crops. Because if we give our people adequate information as to why you need to protect your brother, be your brother's keeper. They are all farmers, crop farmers, animal farmers. So we need to go the extra length. So our laws should be actionable. The legislations are there. We need to implement them. But in doing that, we really need to educate our people, both the farmers, both the herders, first and foremost, for there to be love and to know what to do. So
Thank you,
That's my take.
Comrade Antlem. Please, a round of applause for our dear comrade. Thank you indeed. Next up is Perpetua, Lady Perpetua Nkechi. Please pass the mic to her. Thank you. When it comes to farmers, do you think farmers can truly live together in harmony with herders?
Thank you very much. Harmony living is a determinant of how it is harmonized. You cannot live in a harmony while your life and your business is at stake and under threat. And I believe if a herder or animal farmer is grazing in the bush and not in the farm, there will never be a time a crop farmer will attack a cow. But when the cattle, instead of feeding on the grasses, are feeding on the crop, we are all human beings, living and having water and blood running through our veins. I say, when I was in Benue State last week, I was sent by DRPC for research, and when I went to Aton village before Bajimba, which is the headquarters of Guma, I went there for an interview, and I asked them to talk to me freely as family. And they told me, though they have not been displaced, but they don't go to farm again with their children because you don't know what next will happen to you when you go to farm. And it's reducing the number of production they could make. So if there is a way that the farmer's life and their crop protection and security is assured, living together with the animal farmers will not be issue. But when the security is not assured, you cannot open your eye and watch your life and your things to be threatened.
Thank you. Lady Perpetua, please, a round of applause for Lady Perpetua. Next up, please pass the mic to Comrade Lawrence Ikehi. Comrade Lawrence, where is the place of religion in all of this? Does it have a place?
Well, yes, Nigeria, thank you for this question. Nigeria is a very religious country. And our religious leaders have a place in this discourse. In the sense that Nigeria is majorly characterized by Christians and Muslims. We have religious leaders in Christianity. We have religious leaders in Islam. And we all go to the mosque and church every weekend, if I'm not mistaken. These things should be talked about everywhere we go. Whether it's in the school, whether it's in the churches, whether it's in the mosques, our religious leaders have to come into this discussion. Your question, yes, there's a place of religion because we should be our brother's keeper. That's a religious statement, right? Is that a religious statement? Okay. Now, following the last speaker that just spoke and the last question that was asked now, is it possible for the herders and the farmers to live in harmony? Yes. Like she said during her speech, this is just two different types of farming. One is doing animal husbandry, while the other one is doing crop farming. And if the people who are producing meat and the people who are producing crops are not in unity, then we can't have a balanced diet in our meals. So yes, the religious leaders can come into this discussion by helping us to, talk about these things, how we can be our brother's keeper, because it is very terrible for cattle to go into a farmer's plate and eat up the crops.
when we have grasses, there are so many lands in Nigeria that can be grazed upon instead of going to people's farm. Thank you.
Please, that's a good place to clap. Thank you, Comrade Lawrence Ikehi. Let me come back to you, Honorable Khan Mohammed Bello. When it comes to ranching, there's a school of thought out there that the kind of cattle we have in Nigeria are not used to being confined in a location, and that is why they move from point A to point B. What are your issues with ranching, if there are?
When I wanted to express or briefly state the root causes, I was not permitted because due to the time.
1,000 apologies.
For you to solve any problem or any issue, the root causes must be gotten. But in a situation whereby we are ignoring or pretending to ignore in totality the actual causes of a problem, the solution will hardly, or in a clear terms, will never be gotten. So, am I at liberty, please, to briefly state some of the causes
Honorable, you have
of the conflict under reference?
You have 3 minutes, Honorable.
Fine. It is highly pitiable that the phosphorus, the people who are the, if not people who know they are selfish, I would say they are the most docile people in the country. And they are friendly for the fact that phosphorus, if you go back into history, we are living in harmony with farmers and their host communities.
There are questions. Okay.
To the extent of which many Nigerians were even naming their children as Fulani. A clear example will be given. The former governor of Taraba State, his name was Fulani Sunday, of blessed memory. He's not a Fulani, and he maintained that name up to the time of his demise. We were in good time with chiefs, our brothers who had eaten our cattle. We were even playing with them like canoes. We were intermarrying with any tribes, and wherever we go, we can easily learn the people language. Now you can, but if you go to Yoruba land, or anywhere in Nigeria or anywhere, you see a Fulani man, you can get a Fulani man who knows that language more than some of the owners of that particular language. Which means we are friendly and ready to accept the changes, no matter how dynamic the changes will be. So briefly now let me go to the causes. The pastoralists are people who are cocoon and maroon in their fatherland and totally neglected or sidelined. During the colonial era, and post-colonial era, that is during the First Republic, the pastoralists were living in peace for the fact that a provision was made for grazing reserve and cattle routes. We were able to have access to this place because there is a door. When the people that we call cattle route brutal, that is cattle route passage, where animals can easily move from their owner's place to where you get water and animal feed and come back. The grazing reserve were gazetted, but now all those grazing reserves were completely or mainly encroached or converted into farm illegally or forcefully. We have cattle route, which can give us free access to vegetation areas, but all the cattle route now are being blocked. The clear example to be seen by anybody now here go home. On the main road, there is supposed to be 30-meter cattle route where livestock can pass without entering into anybody's farm. But now, farmers are farming up to the road. So where can they move? So we are among the people who totally reject We rejected Ruga in totality and condemned in unmistakable terms for the fact that we have our own cattle route, gazetted, which can contain us, which can be developed, revived.
All right.
One government will not revive them, claim them and revive them with water and animal feed. We are not ready to move them. Wherever we see cattle, you see the problem was not central particularly. Why, as a result of northern government refusal to accept the reality. They are supposed to provide their grazing reserve so that their livestock will remain there. They don't need to move to Bilo because Bilo have planned to not contain them. Talk less of southern part where there is no enough land. But now, the pastoralists, even if they want to leave Nigeria, they can hardly. They have to follow on the tar road now. So when they sleep on the following day, they cannot be able to go because they are this thing are not meant. It's like somebody to be asked to be going like this. Can it be possible? The pastoralists are to be sympathized with. All what we are requesting for is only something that is only done without it, which life will not be possible for us. And consider us as servants of Nigerians. Even the life we are hearing, we are not the consumers. The actual consumers are in the southern part of this country. And even we are the ones who are drinking it, we are just our destiny. We are being forced by our destiny to model through all these hardships to provide Nigerians with nutritional food to enable them to be healthy enough to contribute to the nation's development. But for the fact that we are deprived anything, even
a round of applause for
how can we survive? That is why now you see some Nigerians can easily get meat from Salah to Salah. Now you can buy cattle over 1 million. In particular, let me give you an example. I always tell you I'm using reality, not theoretical statements. In particular, before with 1 million naira, you can buy 24 cattle, load them in trailer, pay the cost for the transportation up to Lagos, you even get change. But now, even 1 ram in this seller was sold 1,250,000. There is a one livestock now for over 1 million. Why? Because it was said in the economy, when the supply is low, what will be the ugly consequences? So kindly, my dear brothers, please consider us as peace-loving Nigerians. And when it happened to when we have severe problem, we were subjected to ruthless exploitation by even our brothers.
That's a good place to clap, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Just to let you know that there's a microphone around. If you have questions, we'll take about 5 or 6 questions. But my next question is directed to Professor Santa. What is your take on communication? Is it that the farmers are talking and the headers are not listening, or the headers are talking and the farmers are not listening? You are a professor of communication. Dr. Russell.
Yeah, thank you very much. Communication is key to resolving these issues. We have conflict resolution skills that needs to be put in place. And that is why earlier on I said the media has a great role to play, in this conversation. And you cannot bring a solution if there is no meeting point. And the meeting point is that the media, through the government, needs to come together and evolve, a very important conversation on these particular matters. My officer was talking about the dynamics of securing our environment. When you post officers in a particular regions that they don't understand the dynamics of the area, communication, it's a minus to security issues in Nigeria. And so issues like this need to be tackled with the communication as one of the bases of resolving these conflicts. And if we don't listen to each other, because at times, if you don't listen to each other, you flame up and then you escalate the issue. And so we must listen to each other. We must listen to the headers. We must listen to all the people involved in this situation.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Professor Santa. A round of applause, please. We'll take 6 questions. Number 1, number 2, number 3, the lady behind number 4, number 5. The man with the hat, number. That this event is. Thank you. Thank you. Number 1, please. You speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate and commend the organizer of these very, very sensitive programs. However, I have some questions, but eventually one of the presenters has left, whom I would have referred one of the questions to him. But let me start with the Commissioner of Police. On the course of your submissions, you did mention that religions also infiltrated into the issue of communal crisis between farmers and the herders. So I found it really difficult to understand where, because most of the farmers are Christian or pastorally are Muslims, that influence conflict among them. To me, I couldn't see it, and I find it difficult to understand, because the farmers, not all of them are Christian, not all of them are Muslims, likewise the Fulanis, the pastoralists. So it's not about the tribe, it's about the professions. I don't know if you have further any way to justify that, the CP.
Thank you indeed.
Then, I also want to refer to the youth Nigerian students youth leader. I expected his presentations to be generous, speaking on behalf of the Nigerians, students of the Nigerian, is a president of the Nigerian student, of course, represent every tribe. The farmers are involved, the pastoralists are involved, but the positions of his representation is as if he does not even know that he represents Nigerians, but a certain regions or segment of people. And he also further said that while on his way coming, he saw the troops or the Fulanis, the cattle. You see, I don't even want to say Fulani. The pastoralists, you understand? We are cattle hearers. Like the association IBM, yet Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria does not in any way refers it is said as an association that belongs to Fulani. No other person could be a member. Is for the purpose of rearing cattle and so on.
Thank you.
So I don't know how you comes about seeing those Fulanis, pastoralists moving to the south, loaded with weapons and so on. I don't know how you can justify that. I don't know how you can justify that. So, and also, the barrister, she's not on the panel of discussion. She made her submission only bending to one side, without assessing the consequence and the negative experience by the pastoralists. And if one has to be justified, both sides experience, consequence, and of course,
we must thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Question number 3, please. No, we'll just compile them. And
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John. The CP. In the United States of America, we have state police, and we can see how effective they are. If there is any issue, they respond promptly and adequately, and they resolve issues. And I believe if we can have state police in Nigeria, we can respond to insecurities within our community and our area, and it could have been solved. I guess as much as that, sir. My question is, sir, we have long overdue on this side of the mountain. We have seen this problem of conflict over the years. In research, we sense once a problem is identified, it's half solved. Why have we find ourselves at this level and we have not been able to solve this problem over the years, and we are continuing mediating and dialoguing over this issue? How long can we go? Thank you, sir.
Number 4, please. It's around here.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Edetumo. I'm the director of Biosoft Institute of Animal Health and Food Systems Management. Well, I don't have a question. I know that when a problem is identified, it must be properly framed to get the correct solution. I believe that for years now, the issue of herder-farmer crisis in Nigeria has been framed wrongly. And that is why the issues have become persistent. He's been framed as a security problem. The issue of herder-farmer crisis, to me, is not a security problem. In the course of the presentations, the issues are mentioned, as part of the root causes, but they are not addressed. There's a need to reframe the herder-farmer crisis as an economic problem. And until we have had the farmer crisis as an economic problem, it will be difficult to solve. Because we keep looking at it as a security problem, as a community problem, and then in those areas, there are a lot of bias. There's a lot of prejudice, and we can't do without it. You can just imagine what happened in this dialogue now. But as soon as you begin to address issues as an economic problem, everybody will be on the same page.
Okay.
So there's a need to reframe the solutions. And in economics, organization of the participants is key, is fundamental. You need data to address economic problems. And so we begin to be looking at how do we organize the livestock industry, organize.
We must thank you, sir.
The agriculture sector. So this is the issue that I think we need to address.
Thank you indeed. There are 2 hands behind there, and then we're up. 1, 2.
Okay. My name is Barrister Imuni Emmanuel. My question is actually on the organization. I just wanted to know the membership criteria. Is it open for the public? How do you become a member of RJ? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sid Gani. So my question will be to the represented I don't know. So these people, I don't know, the arrests you have made so far, what are the information you are getting from these people? Are they really herders, or they are just, we can just pack this in as far as herders? These people will be like in form of arrests you have made so far, sir. whether these people they identify, they disclose their identification to you people, so that we can be able to know them who they are. Minister.
Okay, two more just behind, and then we will yet have another panel session, and you can contribute about that time. Yes, just two. The man with the hat.
Come this side.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, mine now.
By the way, you look good.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Honorable Gavin Freeborn. I'm an honorable man from the South. The president of, I don't know the association. Okay, Kankalam.
Kulen Allah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You know, thank you. You are ably represented here, and I wish we have any Mieti Allah deputy here. Okay, what I see is you people need to reorientate your people, because I can see your grievance is still on 1914, and currently we're in 2025. There is room for change. You guys are still capitalizing on the cattle
grazing routes.
Okay, grazing routes 1914. This is 2025. Things that were not in existence 1914, they have started existing now. I want you people to reorientate yourself, put yourself together, because the main problem is most of you people think you are superior than other people. Both the earth and the farmers are equal. We shouldn't take it since this is our roots. So a farmer is planting here, our cows have rights to finish their crops. So I want to beg you guys to take this message to your followers and give them orientation, because they don't work without you people's orientation.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Two more, and then we allow them attend to the questions. One, and then one at that extreme. Yes.
Comrade Lawrence Ame, Alvin of University of Abuja, former president, Faculty of Modern Students Association.
Welcome.
My question is in line with the comments of one of us that just spoke. And thank God the representatives of the herdsmen are here, and also some persons from the farmer side. My question goes to the Mietiala groups and the Fulani organizations. What are the regulatory measures?
The headers organizations.
Yes, headers organizations to say. What are the registration measures, the measures for registrations they have put in place, and what are the measures for monitoring of those that have been registered? Because without their data, we can't be able to have a headway to whatsoever we are discussing here. There is need for us to also have a feedback mechanisms to reach out to whatsoever would have been discussed in this room back to those people as a way of information. So that is my question. Thank you.
And finally, just this extreme here, the man with the papa's cap.
Thank you. No, I was pointed initially. No, ladies first, thank you. Okay, my name is Ezine. I want to ask a question. So there's this thing that we hear about that, okay, if you hear an ambulance from far, it seems like a noise. When it's in your compound, then you know the gravity of what's happening. So I'm asking this question on behalf of somebody I know. His brother was butchered a few months ago in the farm. He was brutally butchered. He died. And when the community went to the Fulani people that did that, sorry for using this word, Fulani.
The herders,
The herders, thank you. I'm so sorry, pardon my French. So when they went to the herders, the leader of the herders, and he said they were going to get back to the family. Up to today, nothing has happened. We've gone to different organizations trying to get justice. The matter just went silent. So what measures have been put in place, are being put in place to make sure that whoever, nobody's above the law, nobody's beneath the law, whoever goes contrary to the stipulated rules and regulations of a country is held accountable? That's the first thing. And secondly, I want to just make note that when we are saying, like when the Honorable Roman was saying, your people, our people, their people. These are the foundations that will breed discrepancies and then separation in our country. There shouldn't be our people, your people. We are Nigerians. We try as much as our best to make sure we are Nigerians, not your people, my people. That is what is going to make an Igbo man see Yoruba man and be like, God forbid, who is your people? If Nigerians are saying your people, what will other countries say about us? We already have a bad reputation in other countries. So we try as much as possible to maintain our reputations and see us as us. God will help us in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ladies first, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to respect time, just already mentioned or state some of those things, and I think I appreciate the director who spoke from the side for crop and whatever. I'm sorry about that, but my recommendation here is maybe or probably in the next. We should have political leaders like the Minister of Agriculture, because I feel like this is an in-house thing, all right? So it's not like headers, farmers, crop, all of those things. So I think we are going to have like a ministerial approach, the policies and the implementation, how it goes about, because we are tracing 1914 root causes and all of that. Yeah, they might have a different approach or probably some policies or implementation that probably might lead to solving this, but there are a lot of questions. So lastly, to answer on behalf of the Commissioner of Police, while others are looking at, the importance of state police, there are others are saying no to state police as well. This is not America, this is Nigeria, all right? So we could see it from the Nigerian perspective, not the American perspective, because there will be total abuse of power. Case study even used the local vigilante. What are they turning into based on influence? Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Thank you. All right. I think those are the questions we'll collect. Okay.
Just a few things. My question or my contribution will be in three phases. The first is conclusion, contribution. So on the conclusive side of it, I would say that personally and by mere observation, the problem with header farmers crisis is like the problem with Nigeria. It's about political government ready to end this today. If the government is ready to end insecurity that affects both the herders and the farmers, it will end before midnight today. First is political will. Let me continue. Now, going further, we look at other countries or other countries. For instance, when we talk about state police now, we'll just quickly do something on that. State police is not a solution to Nigeria's insecurity, no. We had the issue of INEC. I would say, look, we have to have what results transmitted online and everything. It happened. We still had issues. You understand? Today we have most of, if I had higher in that today, we still have issues. It's about implementation. It's not about state. It's not really the issue. So let's talk about the grazing. Very, very important. And I'll tell us very quickly. We look at countries like United States. Majorly, Nigeria wants to copy abroad. Wants to look at what is happening over there. Now the solar system in the villa. Okay, let us copy what's happening in the US. In the US today, there's ranching. It's modern technology. And I'll tell you what, I'll go also to Egypt, an African country. What's Egypt doing? Egypt is doing what? Ranching.
Now let's come down again. We go to Ghana. What is Ghana doing? Ghana has what? They've adopted currently anti-open grazing laws. Ghana, just Ghana. Now let's come back again. Let's look at the UK. UK is doing exactly anti-grazing, sedentary, where you have, of course, you have your farmland and you even have to pay to the government to give you a space.
1 minute more, sir.
Right? These are global best practices. I want to be 21st century. Our vice president was in the UN saying a lot of beautiful things. Do you understand? So we need these things to happen very, very quickly. The anti-grazing law, sir, you mentioned, may I tell her, sir, hello, sir, yeah, beautiful. Exactly. So the law you're talking about was enacted in 1965. It's called the Northern Nigeria Grazing Law. Grazing Reserve Law. Northern Nigeria Grazing Reserve Law of 1965. Sir, it was repealed by a law in 1978 called what? The Land Use Act. For the 1965 law of Northern Nigerian Grazing Reserve Route, you're talking about the Grazing Reserve Route, allows the federal government, we call it state government, to say these are routes where you can, because then the federal government had exclusive rights of land. For 1978, I also have studies in law too. For 1978, this is the Land Use Act that we use today. For 1978, the powers were devolved to the state. That's why you can have CFO for different state governors. I don't know if you understand. The governing rules became replaced by that laws. That's that. Let's not go into those arguments. But the most important solution is that we look at what we can practice, because Nigeria's population, these grazing routes have been what? Population, growth, infrastructure. Some of us want to build, when people go into government, sorry to use this word, they steal money. They want to build the best estate in the whole world. Because of their powers, they go to the minister or they go to the governor, they build, even better out, they have built, excuse me, please, thank you very much. Roads. So the solution now is, what is the best practices all over the world? Nigeria is over 350 million people. And so let's look at it. Ghana is doing this. What is Nigeria doing? The United States is doing this. The most powerful nation on earth. Why are we dying? Because we're not doing the right thing. And government is very, very unsympathetic to the plight of both headers. When they kill one header, the whole nation goes into turmoil and sympathy. When it happens to 100 farmers, nobody says anything. This is the economy. Fairness we want. Thank you so much. God bless you.
For the good of the country, we have conversations as this. There will be room again for you to ask your questions, but the questions are becoming way too many. Let's allow our panelists to answer them, then we'll move on. The first question was directed to the CP, and the question was on, can we really say that religion has entered into the farmer-headers clash? CP. Yes.
Okay, take it.
Just this one.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman Medela, for your question. Is it Honorable Yahya? Am I right? What I mean is that we know how Nigeria is. In the north, in the far north, we know the dominant people there were Muslims. Most farmers in the north, far north, were Muslim. But because of the migration of these herders from far north down to middle belt and to south, in the middle belt, most of the farmers there were Christian, and they are indigenous of that particular locality. And the herders moved around from far north down to the middle belt, and those herders used to be Muslim. That is the essence of bringing this. I didn't mean everywhere farmers were Christian. I mean within the middle belt. Benue, Plateau. So most of the farmers there, majority, I can say 98%, were Christian. So that's why the religion come in. So the Christian population there, they favor their own people, while the herders, Fulanis that migrate from far north down there, and that is how the religion come in. I hope I'm clear.
Just before you pass the mic to Honorable here, there's also another question. It says, are herders above the law?
They are not. Nobody is above the law. Nobody is above the law.
And then there's also a question on updates on arrest. Who are those attackers? That was the question.
Our own duty as a police, arrest, investigate, and charge the matter to court. And that's what we have been doing. So it is the court that will give the verdicts. We have been arrested, investigating, and charging the matter to court. So unfortunately there's nobody from the judiciary that will give more information about that. We are doing our job, arresting, investigating, and charging the matter to court.
And then the final question to you, CP. State policing, why are we not able to implement it?
No, the matter is already on the move, but thank God my friend here have already answered him. So there is no need for me to go ahead. And I'm sure majority of the people here are on that view of that my friend there. Because Nigeria is not America, it's not USA. And we all know our own problem. And we know how our politicians used to behave. So thank God somebody has already answered that question.
All right, CP, thank you. The next question is directed to Comrade Lawrence Ikehi, and it's coming from Honorable Yahya. His question was addressed on you pointing the ethnicity, saying Fulani and what have you. Are the Fulanis becoming an endangered species in Nigeria?
With all due respect, sir, I want to first of all say that I'm the president, the national president of the Nigerian Students and Youth Association. I'm well representative of Nigerians. I'm from the South, from Delta State, and I'm here now in Abuja representing my nation. And whatever I've said is that I saw some people moving cattle from the north to the south with tools. Tools can be sticks, can be anything. But in Edo State, recently, you would attest with me that there was a clash in Uromi. The herders and the farmers went into a clash, killing cows and killing humans. The governor came into intervention, came over to the north to apologize on behalf of the people who did that in the south. So I believe I've answered your question. And I know that we are all Nigerians, we should all seek for peace. Peace from the south to the north, from the north to the south, we are all Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's pass the microphone to Honorable Khan Mohammed. Quite a number of questions were addressed to him. The number one is the need for reorientation of the herders. And still talking about grazing route, that it's a way too past for us to talk about that.
First of all,
Please pass the other mic.
in summary form, with regard to issue of grazing reserves or cattle routes, you know, as we are fully aware, whenever you are speaking, there are people who are attentively listening to you to advance the frontiers of their knowledge with regard to what you are saying. And there are some who are just listening just to see your weak point for excessive bombardment. Surely, it's quite in order. You always attend, but it was said that misperception leads to misunderstanding. Misunderstanding leads to misinterpretations. So I was not getting right. Some of the answers were in my brief explanation on the causes and the ugly consequences of the farmers' hardest conflict. We are talking about grazing reserve or cattle route. In our own view, it is against our own wish for a single cattle to move to the southern part of this country, if not inside trailer for slaughtering. Because we don't have vast land to contain our livestock. I think our livestock were forced to move in search of animal feed and water due to the total failure of our northern governors. I say it rightly and I stand to be corrected. You will never enjoy anything unless if there is access. My brothers and sisters, understand, please kindly understand what I am saying. If something is designed or meant for somebody because of his weaknesses or being considered as endangered species, who are you? Abuse and completely doubt. Since great reserves are gazetted and meant in the north of this country, please. That is why we rejected Ruga program to be taken to the southern part of this country.
All right.
No, I didn't finish, please. I didn't finish. I'm just making, so the great reserves understand in the northern part of this country, with the exception of Plateau and Benue, let's say it clearly. In Yobe and other states, they are enough. Some of them said, I said Dharma. When I did a fuller executive for a success call, he told us during the erosion, since the last of the grazing reserve abatement progress, there is not will be allowed to settle there. The forest got chasing away. But now understand this. All the grazing reserve meant, there is less than 5% for grazing reserve provided for livestock. But even those 10% or 5%, were being totally encroached or being converted to farms. So what do you do?
Honorable, a few more questions addressed. I just want you to answer all of them at once.
Okay, fine.
For want of time.
Okay.
The next question is, how do we monitor the herders and who does that role? And then the last question is, can we implement ranching?
We don't need ranching because we are ready to accept all the dynamics. We only want let whatever project be implemented on the designated grazing reserve in the northern part of this country where there are grazing reserve to contain all our. But the people is what late. So we don't need ranching because either ranching or whatever, you cannot do it in the sky. You are on the land surface. And there is no modern surface. You shouldn't give example on America. For it, Nigeria, you cannot for it because for the fact that let me give you example, please. Let's say this is a state government allocations. This is for example. Here, both the pension, which is always moving, pension, salary, developmental projects. So almost now 70% of our budget almost is going for running costs to the detriment of developmental, because government is an act which is meant for the rule rather than the rulers. So in a situation whereby we are not developing our potentialities, we are just relying on federal government just to give us grants. Please trust me, in the next 10 years, well, it will be happening for most of the governments, even to be even to the president said talkless of doing any developmental project. So please, if you create a police, for the creation you will spend 10 billion. In a situation whereby even police, you can sympathize with them. Let me tell you. The conventional army were not regarded as a military supremacy. What is the purpose of this time? this time now, when we are in the computer or whatever, age, I don't know, technological age, what is needed now? Let them be well trained, well equipped, well fed. Give them plenty uniforms. Few of them will handle this problem. But yes, why you are handling the problem? You are trying to insult it. All of us now, it will be taken away. Can we be arrested by the security here? So, simple complaint to resolve, but unfortunately, the governors are running.
We must say. Thank you. Thank you indeed. Thank you. All right, we'll just pass the microphone.
Please, 1 minute. State police will create directing and contrary direction.
We thank you.
Police will tell if you tell me.
Please, a round of applause for our Honorable Khan. Thank you. Thank you. You can see the zest and the energy in his voice. It's all for the good of the nation. So for 1 minute, in 1 minute, everyone will just speak and then we'll wrap up this session. Thank you. 1 minute. Solution to this.
Yeah, good afternoon once again. You know, according to my brother by my left, that a solution will come from sticking on what is known as the root cause. And root cause, believing root cause depends on one approach. What I may identify as the root cause will depends or based on what is affecting me. And what Mr. A identifies or B as a root cause may be what is affecting him and how it will favor him. Is until the policymakers prepares to find a lasting solution to what they know. We're all historians. We all know the story and history. But what is not workable cannot be workable. Grazing routes and the rest. The population when the grazing routes were mapped is not the population of today.
Thank you, Lady.
So we cannot find a solution that will work to favor Mr. A.
Thank you, Lady Perpetual. Please pass him. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Solution-wise, first and foremost, solutions have to be localized. Nigeria is a big country, 36 states, 774 local government, different tribes, different thinking, different orientation. But however, we all eat, we all drink. So what we need to do at this point is localize the solutions. Now, where ranching are applicable or amenable, you do ranching. Now, on the part of the grazing routes, like we have seen, we are beginning to understand that the developments have already encroached into some of the earlier arrangements. So it then means the cattle breeders or the rearers will now have to take some of these ideas, sit down, look backwards. What do you need to do? Where these routes have been encroached upon. So I think basically what the solution should be ranching. Now to provide water that is required for the animal, to provide the necessary food, the grass, and other kinds of food, nutritional food. Now to actually now take them by way of transportation to other locations subsequently, so that way there will be peace and there will be security ultimately.
Thank you, Comrade Islam. Yes. The SCP represented.
Thank you. First of all, let us be tolerant. Let us tolerate each other. We know our fathers, our forefathers live in peace. Then we have farmers, we have herders. But we don't have this problem. So let us tolerate ourselves. And let us work collaboratively. Let us work together. Farmers, herders, security agencies, politicians, everybody. And anybody that's doing not bad thing or somebody that's encroaching, their leader is supposed to inform, is supposed to tell them, supposed to warn them not to do that. By doing that, we will be in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, GSCP. Yes, sir. Professor.
We must strengthen our governance system and ensure that that our policies are implemented. We gave several examples of some of these anti-grazing laws, domesticated in states, but implementation is a problem because the governors actually are not in charge of security. So we look at the whole entire governance system and overhaul it. And by doing that, I believe we are going to have lasting solution to this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. First, we have established the fact that this is an economic problem. So the government have to come into this by, introducing new policies. And ranching need to be put in place. Ranching will create job opportunity for the teeming youths, and feeds for the cattle need to be provided by people. And this is another way to improve our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. That's a good place to clap, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So there will be another photo session. I would like us... Okay. Yes, sir. Forgive me, I thought you... Please pass Honorable the mic. In 1 minute, sir. Thank you indeed. Thank you.
It is even with extreme difficulties that I was even allowed to introduce myself or to
Forgive us.
the solution can be easily gotten because this issue has nothing to do with religion. The best teacher that I had, Mr. Willie, is an Igbo man whom I respect more than any of my lecturers, who converted his life in today's by forcing me to be a little bit advanced history and political theories. So you see, my concern is that we are deceiving ourselves Nigerians. We say we are once. Why do we fight civil war if we don't want our brothers Igbo to be in Nigeria? Why? Will it be possible for me to say now I will not buy food until I see a full animal or return? Why are we trying to do what is not practicable? Why? So please let us ourselves as one brothers. There is no Nigeria if there is no Nigeria. So let us be one group and let the needful to be done so that solution will be good. The needful, we have already stated clearly that the last let them just, you see, Nigeria is a country, even human beings are not provided with potable drinking water. So if you keep 10,000 naira, who will give them water to drink? Why are we not thinking deeply? Please understand. But if our grazing reserves are there, everything can be provided. We will never move to anywhere. But we will only be supplying with meat. Please.
We can...
People of meat, and we are ready to supply you with meat.
All right.
Thanks so much as utmost regard to all of you.
Thank you, Honorable Khan Mohammed Bello, President, Krillin Allah Association, Cattle Rearers Association of Nigeria. Thank you, truly. Next up is a photo session, and please, I would like the President of LJE to join in this photo session. There's also a question for you to answer. Someone was asking how he can join this great organization. Please, a round of applause as we make welcome the President, LJE, as he comes forward to answer that, and then we'll have the photo session, and then we move on.
Check one. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your question. Leadership of Just and Economic Advancement is a membership-driven organization. You can log in our website, lgenigeria.org. You see the instructions to register as a volunteer or as an executive member. Thank you very much.
And next is the photograph session. Please, a round of applause for our dear President. Thank you. Is that all we'll do for our panelists? Thank you. The photo session. The photo session.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. Thank you, our dear panelists. Thank you indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, in a bit, we'll be venturing into our first break for the day. But let me just ask your head. When a meal has plenty pepper, what do you say? The meal is what? The meal is what? When a meal has plenty salt, what do you say? The meal is what? The meal is what? When a meal has too much water, what do you say? The meal is what? The meal is what? Now, when a meal has too much onion, what do you say? The meal is what? The meal is what? A round of applause for yourselves, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next is a networking break. We can network and also meet one another. It's break time. We'll reconvene in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
The coordinated nature of these attacks has left thousands displaced and sparked national outrage.
Numerous communities displaced and erased, and yet it seems that the government hasn't figured a pathway out.
Most times they give notice that they are coming, and the security don't do anything. Until these people come and strike and go back, they don't do anything. Currently, like yesterday, there was an attack at Yelwata. Before that attack, there had been a notice that they were coming. What were the security agencies doing? What were they doing?
We are living in fear. Everybody they fear. My people now fear not let them go bush because of waiting don't happen.
Yesterday, over 200 people were killed in their sleep. What kind of a thing is this? And Mr. President is quiet. The governor is quiet. These people are not asking for political alphabet. They are just killing people in their sleep. We are farmers. We are an agrarian state. What are we going to do with the people that are just roaming the streets? Please, we are calling on Mr. President to speak to us.
His name is Fanshak. They were coming back, him and one of my cousin and the other person that was riding them on bike. And they run into the herdsmen. And the other one escaped. But my younger brother was killed, and also the bike man. They cut the bike man's leg. The boat's leg was cut off. But my younger brother was bushfire to death. The way they him from his head to his ankle, they shot him, and after that, the police left the and the family just arranged and they buried him the following day. When they brought him, when my father saw the dead body, he told me that what he saw was just total darkness. And they had to hold him and sat him down. But for my mom, she's still in shock. They were going to a village to attack the village, so they just pop into them and they kill them. And a village close to my village was attacked that very night. That was the village I told her about. I showed her the pictures, and a lot of souls were lost. It was the police that brought the corpse. After dropping the corpse, there was nothing. They just brought it and left. That was all. There was nothing. This has been happening. I think there was a same of his peers that died. It was shot by the same Fulani men. They shot the other one. The other one is still alive, but the other guy died. And there was nothing. Nothing was done about it. Operation Free the Bush initiative is a good campaign. It will bring back peace to our communities, not only our communities, but in our nation at large.
My name is Grace Obekwa, a farmer from Benue State. For years, herdsmen have destroyed our crops, killed our people, and left us in fear. Our government silence is deafening. We demand action.
Farmers are being slaughtered while laws gather dust. LJE Nigeria's Operation Free the Bush and restriction of cattle is our collective cry for justice.
Everyone is suffering. The pain is almost unbearable these days. We must all support Operation Free the Bush.
Our farmers deserve safety, and our forests shouldn't be criminal hideouts.
Security is possible, but we must act.
Let's support Operation Free the Bush. Let's support the restriction of cattle movement.
Share this campaign and let us put pressure on unnecessary authorities.
We call on the government to
enforce anti-grazing laws now.
Secure our forests and farmland.
Immediate prosecution of kidnappers and killers.
Invest in ranching alternatives. Restrict cattle movement now.
Operation Free the Bush is very important. I can hear you echo that. The need for Operation Free the Bush is very important. And we must do that now. All right, so these are the steps. If you want to be, if you want to volunteer to be a member of LGE, this information is up and you can just follow suit. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next is another round of panel session. And this time we will be looking at Corley on the solution, the way forward when it comes to farmer headers clash. The solution, that is what we will be discussing at this time. And to help us with this conversation, please, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we make welcome the President of Leadership Hub, Justice and Economic Advancement, as he comes forward as one of our panelists. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Barrister Samuel Meme as he joins us on this session. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Also joining this session is Professor Adoyi Onoja. He is DPT of History and Diplomatic Studies. Thank you, Professor. Please, a round of applause as he comes forward. Thank you. And also joining this panel session is Professor Desmond Onyemechi Okocha, Dean of Faculty of Communication and Media Studies, Bingham University, Nasarawa State. And finally, joining this panel session as well is Honorable Yahaya Isa, Assistant National Secretary, Magban Association. Thank you so much. Please, if you're outside, we beg that you come inside so we wrap this session up in earnest. All right. This time, we will be looking at the solution, the way forward. And we will be starting with Barrister Samuel Meme. When it comes to solution, your belief system is on leadership. Do you think leadership plays a critical role in ending farmer headers clash? Studio, please help. Yes.
Check 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, everyone, for finding time to join us. I truly appreciate. On behalf of my team, we appreciate you all. In response to your question, if leadership has a role to play in solving this issue, of course, when we talk about leadership, leadership is not only when you are an elected official in a government or you are heading a particular department or agencies of government. As an individual, you definitely have someone who is under you. You're automatically a leader. But having said that, talking about the solution to this issue, we had very big challenge in coming up with this conference. I must tell you, for the past 7 months, we have been on this issue trying to persuade Nigerians, especially the critical stakeholders, to come and attend this conference. We took our time. We invited the 36 state governors, one after the other. We invited the 36 states Commissioner of Agriculture. We invited the 36 states commissioners of livestock. We invited the Minister of Agriculture. In fact, we sent a follow-up letters to all these ministries. We invited all the security agencies, and we invited critical stakeholders. We identified about 7 farmers associations in Nigeria. I thank God that we have the Mieti Allah group, and in fact, they are the only one that I see that they responded to this invitation without sending anyone to represent them. It clearly shows that they are very much interested in dialogue. Having said that, one of the challenges again that we face in having this conference here today is that we have been invited by security agencies and some other persons who are critical stakeholders, and some of the conversation we had has always been, oh, look, this matter is a sensitive issue. You people have to be very careful. And I always ask, to the extent that I have some of my friends who are even commissioners in my states and local government chairmen that I invited, and they are afraid to come and speak on the issues of farmers' elders crisis. And I'm still trying to recover from the shock that if we can identify a problem, and we don't want to talk about the solution, then what does it mean as a people? It means that there is indeed leadership deficit in this country. I've had Commissioner of Agriculture called in after receiving our letters. Many of them, close about 13 or 14 of them called and said, look, this initiative is a very laudable initiative. We would have loved to be here, but this matter is a very sensitive issue. We are afraid. And I don't know how we as a people should be afraid of finding a solution to our problem. As an organization, we carefully contributed, some people even contributed little money just for us to have this conference. We never got any sponsorship from anybody. In fact, the only sponsorship we got today, I have to say this thing, is from the Nigerian Police Force, the FCT Command, who donated water for us to drink. So many people have come to ask us, will we have refreshment? I said, we are here for a sober reflection. We're here to talk about the issue affecting us as a people, not for us to marry. If we had opportunity to add food and drink to what we are doing here, we would have done that. But we do not have the capacity to do so. But we have a solution. The solution will not end on this podium here or within the conversation we are having here. There is a bigger implementation procedure, because as a Nigerian, I'm a full-fledged Nigerian. My parents, or my grandfather and my great-grandfather, they're all Nigerians. I should not be afraid of my country. I should not be afraid to speak when it is time for me to speak. I must speak, and I will continue to speak, and not just speaking, I will act further. So for us in LJE, we are very determined. We are very determined to mobilize Nigerians more on this conversation. The conversation will not end here. We will implement fully all the recommendations that will arise from this conversation. And as a matter of fact, after this conversation, we're going to put up a communique and we'll send to all the critical stakeholders, including those people who are afraid to come and speak on this issue. And we'll have a timeline. We're not going to keep talking. We will act as a people. We will not relent. This is a foundation we are laying today, and this foundation, we believe it is very critical. We must not go to the streets all the time. But if it is necessary for us to go to the streets, for the government to listen to the plights of the elders, for the government to listen to the plights of the farmers, then we'll have to go to the streets. But for the herders, they have so many challenges. I've listened to so many of them. We have had conversations. And what is missing in all of this thing is policy implementation. And we have said it. Our dear president, our governors, and all the critical stakeholders, they must listen to Nigerians. We have carefully, for over 7 months, went through the news and crying of this country. We have interviewed people because we also have a media department. We have interviewed farmers. We have interviewed market women. We have interviewed different aspects of people in this country. And we have been able to come up with so many suggestions, so many pains, so many tragedies, people who had suffered as a result of this crisis. And we said, for how long are we going to keep up pretending that all is well? We cannot. I would have loved to go to farm. I have land in my village. I'm from Eka South. I'm from Agbo in Delta State. I have land I would have naturally planted my crops, but I can't do so. I can't. So I want to say that leadership is a key. The political leaders, every individual here have a role to play. And we must play our role to the best of our ability to ensure that this country is safe, not just for us, but for our children. If we don't address this issue today, it will be difficult for our children yet unborn to address this issue. Thank you very much.
Please, that's a good place to clap. Can we clap for the President, LJE? Thank you indeed. The next question is directed to the professors that we have here. Professor Adoyi Onoja, please, way forward. With everything that we've heard today. Yes, there's a mic over there. No, you can just.
Thank you for this opportunity. I want to say that, sincerely, if you ask me for the way forward, I'll tell you I'm very pessimistic. In all our interaction here, I think we've only succeeded in raising more problem than tackling them. I'll start by, looking at the submission of, including the president of this association. The president of MACBAN said something. He said, since 2014, the problem with the farmer headers had taken, quote unquote, a security concern. That before we can do anything, we must first tackle the issue of security. Of course, in 2014, that was when, the momentum for what we are experiencing today came into effect. The deliberate action by the government to import banditry, kidnapping, terrorism, that foundation was laid from 2014. So what is actually happening today is what we are reaping. And we're talking about leadership leading us out of this crisis when they are benefiting hugely from it. There was a submission by another gentleman over there. He said, rather than taking an economic approach to finding solution to this problem, we've been securitizing the approach. And then the president also said something that for the past 7 months, they've been trying to put together persons to come for this conference, and that the commissioners of livestock, agriculture, minister, etc., all of them said, well, it's a good initiative, but we cannot come, we are afraid. What are they afraid of? Look, as far as this particular issue is concerned, and this is why I said I am pessimistic, it has come to stay, because there is an industry that is akin to what in America they talk about the deep state. There is a deep state in Nigeria that is benefiting from conflict incorporated. And farmer headers conflict is one of them. The political leadership, the entire political leadership in Nigeria, including the leadership elite of the military, intelligence, and law enforcement, are neck deep in it. They're cashing out every other day. Aero5 came out to tell us that every month they push in 100 billion without appropriation for security. If there's a crisis in Plateau State today, the governor can use it to benefit from security vote. Security vote is illegal. It's immoral. It has no constitutional backing anywhere. It's the same thing with the presidency. It's the same thing with the 36 state governor, and you're telling them to solve a condition that benefits them as a political leader, as the military leader, as the intelligence leader, as the law enforcement leader. You know, it's as if we are blind to what is happening in our society. It is, for me, I use a term to describe it, a political economy of security. It's an unwritten, unspoken understanding between the elites of politics and the elites of the military, intelligence, and law enforcement. And it is the basis for sustaining what we call civil rule in Nigeria today. And all they do is to push in conflicts. On the side of the political leadership, they ensure that governance fail. And what do I mean by governance? I'm taking my definition from the World Bank. The effective and efficient utilization of human and material resources for the benefit of most Nigeria. At all levels, governance failed. And because governance failed, what happened? The agencies called the military, intelligence, and law enforcement come in to manage what they call insecurity. And between the two of them, they cash out every other day. Look at the houses in Abuja. Look at the houses in the Federal Capital Territory. Even if I remain a civil servant for 100 years, I cannot build some of those houses. Where do they get the money from? So for me, the way forward in this crisis, you know, I don't see any, because this thing is here to stay. They are going to feed on this for as long as, maybe the way forward is when Nigerians will wake up.
All right.
Like it happened in Nepal, like it's unfolding in Morocco, if we have the will at all. But for now, I don't think there is a way forward in this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Adoyi Onoja. Next, yes, that's a good place to clap. Thank you. Next is Professor Desmond Okocha, and there's a saying that says, an eye for an eye will make the whole world go blind. Talking about peace, how can we find lasting peace to this conflict?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll pick from the words of Obama. He says, sometimes it takes war to make peace. And as Prof said, you need to understand the entire architecture of the Nigerian state. There are many players within this industry or subjects of herders, farmer, that have baited the issue of conflict. You know, during various conversations, somebody spoke about 10,000 cattle moving, and I asked myself, where did they take? Where was the military checkpoints, the police, surveillance, and all that? And that tells you that the Nigerian nation itself is highly compromised. We must just tell ourselves the truth. Again, the headers in all this crisis are just a fraction of the players within that industry. There are other non-state actors that have taken advantage of this lacuna that has been created. People have come in from Niger, people have come in from Chad, from Mali, some other parts of Africa where there are crises, and they've taken advantage. And you also know what happened in 2014. The build-up to 2015 election, that many governors probably, there was confession to that effect, also import a lot of non-state militant actors from neighboring countries. And some of them at the end of that prosecution of the mission did not leave the country, but the money were no longer flowing into their coffers. They have to survive and sustain themselves. So these are a lot of issues. So for us to talk about peace, we need to ask ourselves, where are we coming from? Because once upon a time, the herders and the farmers were living peaceably. But with time, the dynamics changed. And we must go back to ask ourselves, at what point the dynamics change? Prof mentioned about the budget. You must be very much aware that we do not audit security boards. We don't audit the money given to the Nigerian police, Nigerian Army, NIA, DSS. We don't audit the money that they receive. And they thrive in crisis. So until we as a nation are willing to have honest conversation, that's another point we must mention.
Okay.
We are here to be honest with ourselves. We thrive in rhetorics. Even as we are here, the question is, do things I'm saying resonate with my conviction? As leaders, when I go back to my team, to my group, do I have the same conversation, the same conviction that I'm postulating in the public space? So for us to have peace, number one, we must go back to the basis to tell ourselves the truth that non-state actors have connived with state actors to take advantage of the nation, and they thrive in crisis. Both the governors, the presidency itself, because remember even Jonathan's time, he did confess that even because again, when they are planning for the invasion, they use telecommunication network. The question is, what is the NCC doing as far as that is concerned? And I also want to ask a question. Since 2014 to date, how many persons have been apprehended? What is the statistics? How many have been prosecuted? How many have been found wanting? We do have the statistics. You're also much aware that all the counter-terrorism and action of the military, the narrative is solely from the military. They tell you we have bombed here, we have done this there. There are no verification to confirm or to say of those reports. And they're all geared towards federal location.
Okay.
So to me, and I'm very proud of what the president has done, all these persons that were invited, for them not to come here is simply because they understand that people within their own ecosystem are greatly entrenched in this. And they can't come here and say, we're going to fight it. The next either you are removed, you are transferred, you are implicated, you are sacked. So the solution is in the hands of Nigerians who will say enough is enough, because you understand, and even as you are here, there are certain comments you make. The next thing you're going to be doing is you're going to get invitation from the DSS to expatiate on that, because the system is compromised. But then, Prof said he sees no future except we want our citizens to rise. But there is a future. And where is the future? The future is in us willing to die. Willing to die. It looks very harsh, but it's the truth. As long as you love your life, you can't act.
Okay.
Because the state actors and the non-state actors, their biggest weapon, 3 weapons they have, which you must have a cover. Number 1 is kinetic weapon.
Okay.
Number 2 is narrative weapon. And number 3 is division weapon. So all solution will be, number 1, we must ask ourselves, how do you respond to the kinetic weapon? If you protest, they're going to come after you. How do you respond to that? Number 2, narrative. They spend billions and billions in chatting and directing the narrative. Number 3 is dividing us. When you want to respond to this issue, the question you're going to be asked is this: you are from which part of the country? Who are you directing your grievance towards? Until we remove those lines of division, whether it's religious, ethnic group, whatever it is, and say we are both Nigerian.
All right, Professor.
Then we can address this issue.
Thank you indeed. Thank you. That's a good place to clap, ladies and gentlemen. My next question is directed to Honorable Yahaya Isa. In the past, we have known herders to be peace-loving people, but of recent, we see some of them with guns in the bush. Are herders peace-loving people?
the coordinator or the chairman, the president of this organization. He's co-member of the executive that initiated these programs to this level. I have sincerely commended you. If I look at the times of reference, why we are here today is the fact that we are trying to look for a way out. What is happening? Farmers and pastoralists conflict. And if we are trying to address this issue, we should look at it critically. This is the aspect we are trying to address. Then we will get the way out to it. But if we are trying to look at it in another different perspective, farmers, pastoralist conflict is another difference than to take it and match with the issue of banditry or kidnapping. This is an issue that has been developed as a result of so many factors. These are not ancient development in this country. The pastoralists and farmers conflict, these are ancient development. We got to see it in existence. Even our parents, our great-grandparents saw it in existence. Anybody who say that the farmers and the pastoralists conflict is today's development, that is to say that he doesn't have the history. If he has the history, he must know that in as much as this economic section of economy existed, it existed with its conflict. But this one, liakatus. This one, farm crops. You liakatus. Certainly, whether you like it or not, the tendencies of destroying the crop is there. I'm a typical and real throughout pastoralist, a nomad who was brought up in the bush rearing cattle. If I told you I walk with my leg from here to Benin with the cows, you can't believe it. But I did. From here to Benin. But then there was no all these trailers carrying cows. We walk by foot. And I know how we pass the people farms along the way. And I moved I'm from Abuja here. We moved from here to Kapancha to go for rainy season and spend 3-4 months and come back. And we hear the cattle in the bush. But then what happened? The conflict is there. You destroy the cows. At time there is this local, what do they call it? They set it in the bush with a view to catch animal. Instead of catching animal, it catch the cow. And it's very, very poisonous. It kills the cows. At times, if the pastoralists destroy one farm, a farmer may go to the extent of applying poison into the river. Apply poison into the river. You get about 20 cows die. But still, it is resolved. It is resolved. How does it resolve? At that time. And why you see it was peaceable. Even as at that time, it was not that it was not there. It was there. It's only the mechanisms of resolving it was so respected.
So is that why we have herders with guns in the bush?
I'm coming. I've not gotten to that place. When you say herders with a gun in the bush, that is why I try to define the area we are talking about. If we are talking about banditry, it's a different case. If we are talking about kidnapping, that is why we get herders and other people in the bush with a gun. It is not only herders that are in the bush with a gun, and I must contest and confess that herders might play a leading role. Because bush is like a house. They don't fear living in the bush. But if you are talking in terms of farmers and herders, pastoralists, conflict, it does not take anybody to the bush. We resolved an issue in Kwani virtually 5 months ago. A pastoralist destroyed farm. He was arrested and taken to the police station. The chief there moved for reconciliation. He had to bury himself in the police station. He paid 150,000. When they come back to resolve, he was asked to pay 500,000 for the farm, and he had to settle the palace. After about 1 month, the grain grew up again. The farmer went back wedding his farm. A full animal said, this is the farm I pay almost 700,000. Then he moved his cows inside. When the farmer talk, he said, this is my farm. So what I'm saying is that the issue of farmers and pastoralists does not go with the young men in the bush. If you are talking about banditry, you are talking about kidnapping, then we should center it. And if you are facing the issue of conflict between farmers and pastoralists, we should go back to the original methods. We need to have complete resolution committee from the village community to the district level to the area local government level. Whenever there is issue, you come together and resolve it.
All right.
Nobody hears about it.
Thank you indeed.
But the issue of gun, now you are talking about banditry and kidnapping. I couldn't believe it's applicable here.
All right.
If it is applicable here, then we look about the way to address it. How do we get to find ourselves in that situation? Now we look at these young men of the Fulani in the bush. What happens? I could remember one professor ever made it, Professor Junaidu in Sokoto. He said there is a particular segment of people that were abandoned in this country. He is afraid of what might be tomorrow their exposure. We all know when the Western education was introduced into the Western Sudan, nobody, no parents, no traditional rulers that welcome it wholeheartedly. That is why you see the big men in Nigeria today, most of them are children of less privileged people. They were
Honorable Yahya
because you are not having anybody.
Thank you indeed. Thank you.
So I think if it is the case, farmers conflict, it is a different approach.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this juncture, we'll take 2 questions from the audience as we wrap it up already. Just 2 questions. So if you have a question, please signify by wave, and then we wrap it up. 1 and 2. That will be it. Please come forward. Please come forward, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Cephas. My question is going to your last, the secretary, his last comments, we said that Fulani carrying weapons, people carrying weapons in the bush and carrying cows are not, it's not what we're talking about, that they are different. So I want you to elaborate a little more. Does it mean that there are herders in the bush, then there are bandits in the bush also carrying cattle, and then there are also kidnappers in the... So bandits carrying cattle are not cattle breeders or herders. I want a little clarity on that. Thank you very much.
All right, question 1. We'll take the second question and then we'll wrap it up.
Thank you very much. This quick question is to help us not to miss a very salient point in our discussion in our bid to find a solution to the pastoral farmers conflict as the case is today. Respectfully, the views of my brother on the pastoral. I think a very vital issue has to do with, I sympathize with the tribe. I often said they are also victims of circumstances today, because when you mention the word Fulani now, it comes with a lot of stigma.
And shivers.
And shivers, which is not supposed to be. But he also mentioned that we want to deal with the issue in the larger picture, that the herders have a role to play. And this is where I want to tax us in this dialogue. Number 1, the question of identity. He had mentioned the issue that the pastoral or the herders, as the case is now, are not found in the forest. Just perhaps within the farm areas. But when we want to deal with the issues of the people carrying guns, slaughtering 100 farmers, 500 farmers, and rustling cattle away, it is the same herders who will now come forward not separating themselves from those perpetrators of those evil, trying to defend. And our government, you see the mix up, trying to defend. If you want to advance, for instance, and say, okay, let the farmers take action, arm themselves to confront those criminal elements, murderous elements who are killing farmers. The government will now say, no, you are taking action against a tribe. Why don't we define the issue of criminality very squarely, knowing that every tribe has criminals? So why do we defend criminals, people who are murdering people, and we see, are rustling cattle? If you want to take action, they will quickly bring the issue of that ethnicity and say you are. So I'm a little bit confused on that area. So I want the issue of this identity to be very clear on the issue of criminal elements carrying guns and killing farmers and rustling cattle. That is one. While in the other aspects, we have talked a lot about solution, whether it's ranging and all that. But a very critical component of also the issue of ownership. I know very well that in the north, just like you have in the southeast, where you have the Igbo apprenticeship being studied, you also have young people, their parents may bequeath them 2 cows, 3, but that is less than 10% of the ownership of herds in the country fermenting trouble. I don't want to believe it is a 7-year-old boy controlling 30 cattle. That is the issue that we are discussing about. We have key stakeholders who own this business. And when we want to discuss the issue of ranching, are we going to be using the taxpayers' money from Benue State to finance ranching of the same people who they are in conflict with? So I want the government, I want us rather in this dialogue to be able to define critically and define the issue of ownership of this business and treat it like the other doctor said, all right, economic, treat it as a business, as a venture.
Thank you indeed. Thank you. Please bring the mic forward, I beg you. Thank you.
I beg to stand. I'm a teacher and a politician. I think there is a misconception with regard to my position or my submissions. I decided to restrict myself to the terms of this conference. Farmers, pastoralists, conflict. Isn't it? That's what we are saying. Farmers, pastoralists, conflict. Then we should look at it from that point of view, from that perspective. That is why I say, if it is that the case, then we are not talking about banditry. We are not talking about kidnapping. You understand? Now, if we are talking about banditry or kidnapping, no tribe is safe. Just last week, my brothers, their boys were kidnapped, up to 6 of them. Nowhere they have not gone wrong. At the same time, they 20 million before they can rescue back as a ransom, before they can rescue back their brothers and their Fulanis. So can we now say those with the gun in the bush are only fighting the farmer? Can we say so? They are not only fighting the farmers, but if we say the insecurity in general, what include both kidnapping and the banditry, as well as farmers, pastoralist conflict, then we address it in general. But if we are in terms of local conflict between the farmer, I destroy his farm, or maybe he poisons the water, my cows drink the water and die, and so on and so forth. What metamorphose, what led to that? And how do we resolve that?
All right.
That's what I'm trying to say. I am not defending anybody. We are the most people that face most consequences over the kidnapping activities in Nigeria today. Nobody suffer like Fulani. But if we are talking in terms of community conflict as a result of farm destruction, then we look at it from that point of view.
We think
then we see how can we resolve it. To me, in summary, we have to go back to the grassroots orientation. so that we live as we were living before. Then all of us will be there together and save those people with the gun in the bush. You are not free and not free from them. Suffer the consequences about them, maybe more than you. So I'm not in any way, because they are largely men of Fulani, and I say it, I must confess that the youth of the Fulani partake.
Honorable,
it's not that they are the only one. It doesn't mean that if my younger brother is part of it, I will fight him. Okay. If my biological son is part of it, I will fight him. So I think my position should be clear. That is what I mean. Thank you very much.
He had to stand to make his position clear. Please, a round of applause for him. Is that all you do for Honorable Yahaya? All right. Thank you. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As we wrap this session up, I'll give each speaker 2 minutes to speak on one of the questions that was asked was on identity. Can we separate identity from all of this? As a matter of fact, some persons will argue that the Fulani are becoming an endangered species. Like, you cannot see a Fulani man move freely in states like Sokoto without being attacked. Can we remove identity in this and attack the criminals behind this menace?
Okay. I try to be very careful not to use or mention the name of any tribe, whether be it Yoruba or Fulani or Igbo. I think the issue we are discussing right here has to do with farmers' herders' crisis. We are looking at the issue, how a farmer can plant his or her crops and eventually come back to the farm and harvest the fruits of his or her labor. That is the subject matter. So I don't want to tribalize it because I know for sure that there are Yoruba's tribe that are also into cattle rearing. Though we also have Igbos that are into cattle rearing, we understand that we have more of our brothers, the Fulani ethnic tribe, that are more into that aspect of business. Having said that, one thing we have been able to identify in all of these things is that the herders themselves are no longer comfortable with this pattern of rearing their cattle, because like the secretary said of the Mietiala, he said that there are issues of cattle rustlers and the rest of them, but there appears not to be able to find out better solutions to rear their cattle, because if you take your cattle to a certain community and they rescue your cattle and take your cattle, then what's your benefits? So it's not better we now begin to identify the best way to rear our cattle, and that is where we are really discussing this issue. We, over the years, we've had previous administration that have come up with so many programs. We had the ones that had to do with Ruga and the rest of them and all of different names, whatever they change to call it. But we have, as an organization, we have carefully carried out research around this area, and even though personally I have my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion, and I feel that for someone, if you look at when these cattle are moving, they move in tens. You see like 50 cattle moving on a go. And there was a question that was thrown at one of the panelists here. It was thrown to Honorable here, but he didn't answer that question, because we have also interviewed people that said, look, when these cattle move from one place to another, it also builds their immune system. But we also interviewed some other professionals that said, look, it even trains the cattle to move from one place to another, so it makes them even more healthier when they're in one place. So my own observation is that is it not easy, or is it not better for a cattle rearer who is able to acquire about 50 heads of cattle, or maybe a group of cattle rearers, to acquire a land somewhere without the effort of the government? So it's okay, look, I'm a cattle rearer, or we are a group of cattle rearers, we want to acquire land on this, nowadays you can get water from anywhere, you can drill your borehole and have the water. You don't need to take your cattle to the riverine area Just the same way you have people who are into other animal husbandry, the poultry farmers and the rest of them. So let me just round up, please. What I'm trying to say here is that we are looking at the solutions. The solutions must not come to the government. So if the government had not come up with a workable solution to provide land for the cattle rearers, it was okay, you cattle rearers in Gombe, we are giving you this expanse of land. In Kama, we are giving you this land. In Enugu, we are giving you this land. In Ekiti, we are giving you this land. In Rivers State, we are giving you this land. So if government had not come up with this policy to give them land, does it mean now that the farmers cannot go to farm? So how then can we have this issue resolved among these critical stakeholders? These are the questions that I really want to get response to. Thank you very much.
All right. You just have 1 minute. Your final words, sir.
Myself.
Yes.
Thank you very much once again. Like I said earlier, this issue might evolve into so many issues. And I said it earlier, by virtue of your question and so on, in respect of having people in the bush with the gun and so on, I say it clearly, the categories of people that are in the bush and those people, who are those people that suffer from the hands of those people from the bush with the gun. And if we really understand the categories of people that suffer from them in the bush, we will discover that nobody is exempted. No animal is exempted. Even their parents are not exempted. Then it's the idea of coming together. How can we face that challenge as community as well as government, isn't it? But when it is the issue of communal crisis within the farmers, I am strongly of the view that we go back to our traditional approach. Our traditional approach, that is farmers conflict, conflict in religions, right from the village level. We go back to the evil system of administration. Right from the village assembly, we now come together and always resolve our issue. When we could not do it, it is now advanced to the DC level. We resolve it. That is how we have been living. Nobody, even police, does not intervene. At times they make it worse. Even if they are here, I will say it before them. They made it worse. There was a time I paid a courtesy call with the minister and commissioner of police here. And I know what I told you. And I know quite well when we visited the IG with the whole stakeholders of Benue, their former senators and so on. Similar issue like this was taken. One of the senators said, we and the Fulani allow us to go back. We'll go and resolve our issue. That is communal crisis. But if it is an issue whereby an individual, young one decided to behave abnormal, I'm telling you that young man is even contrary to the mind of his parents.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much. Going forward, we must not oversimplify this issue. It has multiplier effects, and that's why I say insist. Because there are reported cases. I work within the media space where a farmer, because of past experiences, put certain insecticides or whatever on his farm, and then the header comes there, and then a cow, 2-5, get poisoned and dies. And I've seen that it moribos on people's sizes into them going to reinforce themselves or work with other non-status have spoken. So if we must make progress, we must look at it as an ecosystem. That's okay. And number two, we must take a flight. I hear a lot of people talking about 1914 and how we knew before. The world has moved. We must move. We must ask ourselves what is being done in Brazil, what is being done in China, what's being done in Portugal, what's being done in India, what's being done in South Africa, what's being done in Kenya, what's being done in Ghana, so we can learn and adjust ourselves to modern practices. And also, I want to appeal to our president and our secretary. They must lead a change within their system, because one beautiful thing about the northern part of this country, one beautiful thing, they are very submissive, respectful to their leaders. So I believe strongly that as we discuss these issues, we must equally put some measure of blames at the doors of my brother here and our president here, that they must help us to also educate our brothers and our sisters who are into cattle, and then also as farmers, must equally educate our community members to see the northern not as an enemy. We are all co-travelers in this nation called Nigeria. So I think, and finally, to the media, we must move away from our normal reporting to embrace peace journalism. Not just reporting conflicts, but reporting, giving voices to all parties, and seeing a way in which we can further. Then finally to the government, let the government walk its talk.
All right. Let the government walk his talk. Professor Adoye, I would like you to wrap this segment up. We're also talking on justice. You know, the victims, do you think they really get justice in this entire process?
How many people have been arrested since this crisis became a national issue? How many people have been prosecuted, whether on the side of the Fulani or on the side of the farmers? How many of them have been arrested? That is essentially where you begin to talk about the question of justice, you know, because on both sides there have been injustice. The Fulanis are suffering it, the farmers are suffering it. Like I said, the state is fully in the picture of what it is doing. It knows what it is doing. You know, the issue of identity, you know, is like trying to make a distinction without the difference. Identity is very important, particularly if you go back to the Secretary's statement that beginning from 2014, they were confronted with the issue of trying, you know, the issue of quote-unquote security. They have to deal with the question of security before they now begin to talk about how to solve this problem. And what is the question of security? Who were those people that were imported into this country by the ruling party in order for them to be able to capture power, create the chaos for them to capture power? Kawu clearly said Fulani were imported from different parts of West Africa. So trying to make the distinction of, you know, community Fulani or expatriate Fulani, it doesn't matter. The optics, as far as the narrative in the media is concerned, points at the Fulani as being the source of the problem. So that point at which we would have dealt with the issue as a community issue ended when the ruling party decided one of the strategies to get in power was to create chaos. And in creating chaos, populate our bushes with Fulani from different parts of West Africa. So who is talking about the question of justice? The same government that did this is the same government that will give you justice? Come on, I think we should think better. Thank you.
And that's where we wrap it up this lovely, lovely afternoon. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. We'll have a photo session with them, and just after that, the president...
Because leadership, like the president mentioned, is not just about those in authorities. We all are leaders. This is our country. If they are afraid to speak, we should speak for ourselves and refuse to bring solution on board. We should be able to enforce this. So I want to charge us that the communique as will be presented tomorrow at the LJE Secretariat, will do a wrap-up of the events, collate our beautiful thoughts and submission. We'll be taking them to each government house, the State House of Assembly are going to have it. And that is where the conversation actually is going to begin. Because we believe they know these truths. They are afraid to speak. We are all victims, whether it's Fulani, whether cattle rearers or crop farmers. We are victims, and this is our country. It is time for us to rise up and talk solution. Let's take this, all of us together as advocates for peace, by enforcing these things to our various state houses of assembly to localize this solution. So I want to once again thank you so very much, and I wish us a safe trip back to our homes. But the event continues tomorrow at the LGA Secretariat. I believe this announcement will be adequately communicated to us. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much for that. We have a brief announcement. So many of us have been asking on how to get membership and how to get contact. It's very simple. LGA Nigeria is a membership-driven organization with benefits tailored to each registration category. You can register via ijenigeria.org. Make sure you follow us on all social media platforms at LJE Nigeria And so subscribe to our YouTube channel, LJE Nigeria TV, for our programs like Leadership Dialogue, Justice, Spotlight on LJE, Trends, and more. Please also make sure you post on all social media platforms and kindly tag us at LJE Nigeria and make sure you subscribe. We also engage in human rights activities, report on violations via our website, or make sure you contact us on our admin desk at 070-523-68821. I take that again, 070-523-68821 or 070-5245-3714. 070-5245-3714. Thank you, and make sure you come tomorrow because we'll be having the conclusion of this. Thank you and remain blessed. The address is 25 Niger Crescent, Sun City Estate, Galadimawa, LJE Nigeria Secretariat. Thank you.
National anthem again as we have it a wrap this lovely afternoon. Again, thank you everyone for coming. We do not take your presence lightly. Studio, please. The national anthem as we close.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria